We're reconvening in open session. So I am going to ask for the Pledge of Allegiance to be started by Mubashir and Brandon from Westfield. So, are we ready? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I don't have the full script. So, announcements of actions taken in closed session. The E1 Government Code Section 48918, Student Discipline Case Number 2018-19D. The board's action will be taken in open session under action item P1. E2 Government Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. E2.1, Government Code Section 44591, Adoption Resolution Number 1819-36 to release and/or reassign probationary teachers in non-reelection. The board took action and voted unanimously to adopt Resolution Number 1819-36 for a non-reelection. Government E3, Government Code Section 54957, Superintendent Evaluation. The superintendent's evaluation was not discussed. So also a concurrently special session was Government Code Section 54956.9D2, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, YOSU CVCV 2019-994-1. Information was received and direction was provided. E2, Government Code Section 54956.9D2, Conference with Legal Counsel, Potential Litigation, one potential case. Information was received and direction was provided. So we are now moving on to approval of the agenda. Do I have any amendments to the agenda?
I have one.
President Wong, if
yes.
at this time, could we please perhaps move to adjourn the closed session, special closed session?
Oh, that's right.
Thank you.
So I am moving to, is there a motion to close the special close?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, special closed session is closed. So, okay, now moving back to item I, approval of the agenda. Do I have, Clerk Jackson has an amendment.
Yeah, I would like to remove item P2 from action and move it back into discussion. I feel that there's some things on that, with that had come up at the previous board meeting that warrant further discussion.
Okay. I think on process, we don't have to vote on it. We can discuss and not act on it during that motion.
Pull it.
During that time, but I'll remind, yeah, you can make that action during P2. Yeah. To table it. Yes? Okay. Anything else about the agenda? There's lots to discuss. So with no other amendments to the agenda, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
So agenda is approved. So we have a lot of communications, it looks like. I thought you guys were just here for a board meeting, no? No? So there's something to give away? So J1, we have recognition of the West Sacramento Scepter Masonic Lodge Perfect Attendance Bike Giveaway. Mr. Yogos Kasanis.
Good evening, trustees. So, as your communications professional, I would love to report to you that the popularity of our board meetings has actually increased, but
Excellent.
we're giving away a lot of bicycles today. So, as you know, it's been 1 year exactly since this time last year that we gave away bicycles to fifth graders district-wide for perfect attendance, courtesy of the local Masonic Lodge here in West Sacramento and all the gentlemen that we see in front of us right now. I'm going to keep this brief because we have a lot of celebrations tonight. But one thing that came to mind is a common phrase that we use here in West Sacramento and in our district is that it usually takes a village to raise a child. And this is a pretty good example of how it takes a village to support a child. And part of supporting a child is keeping them happy and healthy as the school year concludes and making sure that they have something to stay active with. And there's no better example of that than free bicycles and helmets to stay safe at the same time. So I want to just extend a big gratitude, thank you to the group of gentlemen in front of us tonight, the West Sacramento Masonic Lodge. They've worked with us several years in a row now. I believe this is the 5th year going? Third, okay. 3rd year going. They've offered to donate bicycles to to 5th graders district-wide at all of our elementary schools. The process that's usually used for this is that there sometimes are multiple students in 5th grade at every school that have perfect attendance. So 2 names are drawn out of the pool from each school. Those 2 students are notified, and then we talk to Mr. Belly at the Masonic Lodge, and they do all the hard work of arranging to have the bicycles delivered here and making sure that our kids have something to be happy about to start the summer. So with that, I'm going to name off the student recipients for this year, and then we're going to take a group picture up the front. So from Bridgeway Island Elementary, it's Cedric and Jasmine Morisseau. So as I read off the names, feel free to come up to the front of the room. We're going to take one group photo, and then you're free to take your bicycles. So from Elkhorn Village Elementary, Daniel Magalon and Mario Rodriguez Cardenas. From Riverbank Elementary, Paula Gosha, Armando Zaragoza Magana. From Southport Elementary, Sarah Emery and Kina Saturn. From Stonegate Elementary, Jay Jiang and Michaela Hunt. From Westfield, Brandon Alejo Santos and Mubashir Habib. And last but not least, from Westmore Oaks, Yashir Rahim and Mallory Lynn. So if we could all just give a big round of applause to the Masonic Lodge here in West Sacramento for their generosity. And we're going to ask everyone to scrunch together as much as possible so we can fit you into the picture. And trustees, you're fine up there. Thank you, everyone. So students, you're free to take the bicycles right this second. It'll probably take a minute to transition here. Please don't ride them down the stairs. If you do, there's helmets.
You are also welcome to stay for the board meeting, for the audience.
But we're out of bicycles.
Yeah.
I don't like the attention.
Yes, much appreciated.
Especially because we're getting awards. I'm gonna walk out there.
Oh, you're gonna be fine. Just put a pretty smile on. Thank you so much. God, these kids look forward to it every year. Thank you
for your
again.
generosity.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so
Always
much.
appreciated. Always appreciated. Always appreciated. Thank you so much.
Yes, last year we switched.
Again, so next is a J2, and it is recognition of our 2018-19 student board members.
Thank you, President Wong, Board of Trustees. This evening, because it is the last board meeting for our students before the end of the school year, we want to recognize and thank our student board members for the time that they put in to try to create summaries of all of our schools and what's been going on, and they get lots of emails from all the different schools, and they try to put their presentation together. And we thank them also for graciously giving their evenings to sit through our governance. So at this time, I'd like to invite Macy Whitehead, who is our student board member. She's actually making a presentation tonight. And this year, for our student board members, we have student gavels. And it has student board member,
Enjoy them.
WUSD. Thank you for, it would help if I could see that. Thank you for your service. And this goes to our student board members. Skylar Breen is from Washington Middle College High School. We have Annabella Willis from YOLO. And we also have Julian Walker from YOLO High School. Are you going to take a note? Oh, okay. You see it. Oh, yeah. Congratulations. Here, take your gavel and you want to.
Do you want to come over here?
No bunny ears on the student.
All right, on three. 1, 2, 3. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have J3, celebration of our Design Build Program Award by Principal Mosich. Go Raiders.
Go Raiders, there you go. So I'd like to have our teacher, just Mr. Jason Billington. You probably know him already. I'd like him to come up here and join me. And Jason, I'm going to hand you some of these certificates. And Jason and his class took part in a build-off competition. I believe there was at least 30 schools there, high schools from around Sacramento. Jason's team built a incredible structure, which was everybody was awed and amazed about, and they took first place, which I believe is the first time we won that competition. We won the design competition before, but I think this is the first time that we actually won the built shed best show competition part of it. So congratulations, Jason, to all your students, and he's got many of them here tonight. So I got that list right here.
Yep, those are the ones that are actually here tonight.
Okay, so tonight we have Charles Smith, Jason Perez, Tyler Roosevelt, Daniel Jensen, Melina Cavett,
I don't.
Hilaria Munoz. Okay, so just take a picture.
Do you want to say something?
Can
So,
you guys move over just a little bit?
well, after we take the picture, Clerk Jackson and I want to share something. Yeah.
All right, on three. 1, 2, 3. Perfect, thank you.
So I think Clerk Jackson and I both wanted to make sure that you were recognized because we went to the FFA Awards last week, and the students just bragged about you. And we were really amazed at the pictures that the parents were showing us about, they built a castle, guys. It was not a shed. In prior years, they built a shed, but this was a full-on two-story castle that was just amazing from start to finish. And it was just, I mean, I wish we had actually sent pictures so you could, but thank you for what you're doing with the students, and really, really, really just proud of our FFA kind of family and the agri-science that they're learning and everything that you're teaching them. So I don't know if you get that told that that often, but they really were bragging about what they learned from you. So thank you for everything that you've done for us. Yeah.
And if you have not and hopefully those pictures are available somewhere online, because I think it's important for everyone to see the work that these young men and women did, because it is truly, truly impressive. I mean, and they built, what was it, 2 days? 2 days. In the span of 2 days for them to build the castle that they built, and the quality of the workmanship was just absolutely amazing. When I saw those pictures, I was blown away.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's,
Congratulations.
and anybody who has a big backyard and young kids, we're told the castle is for sale. My kid, but I also want to, kind of remind folks that it's not gender-based. There was both boys and girls who participated, and I'm told that there were job offers on the spot, but we said you needed to stay in school. So that's how, I'm just really impressed with this team. So beyond an award, there was a lot of practical application of what they're learning on that campus, because I think we don't brag enough about what's happening at our Bright, our Bright campus. So, yeah. So we're moving on to J4, recognition of student athletic scholarships.
Hey, John, could you ask some of those young ladies, Reina, Anna Marie, and Annalika, to come over? They're in the back, so yeah, good, they're here now.
So Board of Trustees, every year, I love celebrating our kids who are going to go away to college and represent Washington Unified and West Sacramento. And these particular students are going on scholarship through their athletic abilities. And so we wanted to recognize them and, of course, send them well with some college gear in memory of us. This is a beautiful area of a campus out on the peninsula, Notre Dame de Namur. And this is going to Ana Maria Corona, and we wish her well. And not very far from here, we have Reina Cota going to Chico State. And we have somebody going to the Bay Area, to San Francisco State. She's the granddaughter of one of our former board members, Teresa Blackmer. This is Angelica Blackmer.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Yeah, go ahead. Vice President Pizzotti has a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, oftentimes we focus here in the schools about our academics and how a lot of our kids are doing really great and it's successful in the programs that we have academically. But not often do we hear about the athletics, that this is a pathway. Like, this is a pathway to college. I know Trustee Jackson and myself both played sports in college. Like, that was the only way I was getting into college. So the fact that sports and athletics are really something that we have in our community as a viable pathway. So I just want us to promote that and help understand that this is a great way to get into college. So, thank you.
Great. On that note, we have J5 recognitions of our River City High School softball champions.
So you've already met Reina, Angelica, and Ana Maria, so they can come back and join us up here, and I'm going to read off a few names here. We have a whole group of girls that were league champions this year, our first year in the Metro League. So congratulations to all of them. So I'm going to read off some names. Hopefully they're right near here. We'll start off with, start there, okay. Yasmin Cepeda. Laura Garcia. Claudia Medina. Vanessa Hensley. Michaela Sprink. Marciela Cana. Bella Mendez. Chloe Kitchen. Jessica Baum. Lily Adversalo. Janae Pryor. We'll give you guys your certificates when we walk outside, but right now we're going to take a nice picture of all you champs.
Javier, John. Get up here. And we'd like to recognize Coach Javier Martinez and Assistant Coach John Blackman.
All right. Ready, everyone? 1, 2, 3. Keep smiling. Keep smiling. Congratulations.
All right. Yes.
We have quite a few other student athletes tonight that we're going to honor. So we have some students that were on their all-league selections. So we'll just kind of read their names off. Coaches, some of their coaches are here tonight. Hopefully you can join your athletes up here so we can take a nice big group photo. Starting with boys tennis, we have Robbie Say-Chin and Jose Madrid, all-league. Our section finalists in track, we have Antonio Robles, Christian Abalateo, Amari Duncan, Judarian Wright, Kendall O'Neill, Jose Medina, Elijah Jordan, and Chris Onate. Also Anna Grexton, our discus thrower. In addition, we have some swim section finalists here. We have Daniel Sabayan, Malaya Castro, Isabella Fabry, Kylie O'Hara, Kaya Pewitt, Jason Giuliano Puzzi, Alfonso Rivera, Jonathan Sabayan, and Brandon Tomasello. Volleyball, we have Badirbek Begalayev, All League. Boys baseball had a good, successful year this year. We got Andrew Gully. He's also named Metro League Gold Glove. Jared Madrigal and Blake Peterson.
Yes. Do you have to be a certain height to be a shortstop?
I already did track.
Were you a shortstop?
I did that.
Oh, that's right.
I didn't mention before, but I should mention that we had some all-leaguers in softball. Anna Maria Corona, Angelica Blackmer, Reina Cota, Maricela Cano, Claudia Medina, Laura Garcia. 6 all-leaguers. So they were all... I think that's all of them. I'm hoping it is. Otherwise, I'm going to be in trouble when I get back to school tomorrow.
Can we have all the coaches also come up for a photo?
Congratulations. Go Raiders! No? Only you get that.
I totally get that joke. It's inside. It's apparently inside.
So everyone face me over here. We're going to do it a little differently because it's a big group. Can you see me right here?
Macy, you can get in on it.
Macy, are you trying to go to take a nap?
It's you over here, or you can be seen over here closer.
Right here. All right. Make sure you can see my cell phone. All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more for the parents. Good.
Good? All right. Congratulations, guys.
All right. Good job, guys. And girls. And women. And coaches. And men. Good job, teams. J6, recognition of our PTO parent leaders, school site council, and English learner advisory committees. President's Award. I'm assuming that Superintendent Luna will be making this presentation.
Thank you so much, Board of Trustees. This evening, we would also like to celebrate and recognize all of the parents who have taken on the very important responsibilities of school site council presidents, our school site English Learner Advisory Committee presidents, and we also have a newly formed parent network that is getting very strong in force, and that's the Raider Parent Network. So I would just like to take a few minutes to at least acknowledge the names and the parents that are here. We would love for you to come up. We have certificates for all our parents, and Yorgos is going to help us get those certificates into the right hands after our picture. So these are our school site council leaders. From Bridgeway Island, Soni Ali. From Stonegate, Macy Milam. From Elkhorn, Viridiana Rodriguez. From Riverbank, Lucia Lopez. From Southport, Gisela Lem. From Westmore Oaks, Natalia Reyes. From River City High School, Yulila Marchenko. And from River City again, Yuria Sodoma. Okay, I need to do more names. We're going to get the whole crew up here. Okay, so our English Learner Advisory Committee leaders at each of our school sites. At Bridgeway Island, Erica Gonzalez. At Stonegate, Ellie Nassar. At Elkhorn, Patricia Mendoza. At Riverbank, Elvia Cortez. Out Southport, our Southport parent is doing dual roles. Gisela Lem again. At Westmore Oaks, we have Jose Espinosa. At River City, we have 4 parent leaders that have volunteered their time for the English Learner Advisory Committee. We have Sergey Gribanik, Oksana Okrico, Natalia Reyes, and Victoria Zaragoza. And now we're going to introduce to you our new parent network from River City High School, and they are growing quickly. Kristen Ayers, Vince Wetzel, Evelyn Ndiaye, Stacy Tran, Deborah Abraham, who was our Volunteer of the Year, Elena Itiakasova, Ilya I want to say this correctly, Tiutinik, Emily Jensen Nisem, Yvonne Arnaud-Kemp, Margarita Sodoma, Carrie Wright, Jose Garcia, and Maria Garcia. These are our school site leaders who go to meetings and represent the voice of their students and the subgroups. And so we thank you, parents, very much. So we're going to take a photo.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Hold it. Good.
Thank you for all your service.
Yorgos has your certificates.
All right. And that concludes all of our.
We have one more set of parents that we
Oh.
want to recognize. So every year that I've been here, I have met each month, either for coffee or for dessert, once a month with our PTO presidents of each school. And we separate them because every month they come and they just have so much going on at their schools, and the tireless hours that they put into helping the school, helping the students, and getting resources to the staff is amazing. And I know they're tired. But I would be so remiss if we did not recognize them and thank them for their year, at least this year of service. And I know that they've gone through officer elections again. Some of them have to come back because they're the ones that got elected. So I just want to give a shout out to those that are here this evening. For Southport, we have Monda Korik. For Bridgeway, we have Erica Lindley. River City High School, this is the person who started this parent network, and let me tell you, she is on fire. Carrie Wright. For Stonegate, we have Taylor Nelson. And for Riverbank, we have Lucia Lopez. Oh, okay.
Standing in for Taylor.
Okay, standing in for Taylor, that's perfect. All right,
Laura.
let's just take a picture.
Okay.
Gotta get your flowers.
I can't get one more together.
We've got one more parent actually from Elkhorn. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Now this concludes our communications and celebrations. Congratulations to everyone. We are moving on to our student and association reports. Are we ready, Miss Macy Whitehead?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so starting with River City, our final rally is tomorrow, so everyone in leadership is very stressed out. And it's Grease theme, so we have performances like our advanced dance classes are doing their Grease performance. And after the rally, we also have a festival that is Grease themed. Next week is finals for our seniors, and there's only 4 more days of school for us. On Friday, we have our senior trip, not this Friday, next Friday is our senior trip to Universal Studios, and I actually made the bus seating for all of us, and it's set in final. And a lot of us seniors are stressed out because we don't have enough graduation tickets, so, yeah. For Washington Middle, Sac City College courses ended yesterday. Our Panthers made it through another semester. Our last day of school is next Wednesday, and students are focused on high school finals and end-of-the-year activities. Their very first yearbook has been published. Please come by and check it out. The students worked very hard on it. The senior trip is this Tuesday. Students are heading to Santa Cruz to celebrate their big day. Graduation is 5 p.m. on Wednesday, May 29th at the Bryce Career Center. Come and support. For YOLO, their Kinders Go to College event is happening tomorrow. We also have our last huddle of the year on the 31st to acknowledge those students who have been nominated by their teachers for outstanding effort, good attendance, etc. For our last handball tournament is scheduled for next week, and seniors are gearing up for finals next week. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mason, and thank you for all your service. Okay. WSTA report. I do not see Don. Mr. Busey, are you? Welcome to the podium. Good to see you.
Thank you.
So our WSTA report. Wonderful.
Good evening, members of the board, assembled dignitaries, and community members. I'm Mike Buse. I'm Vice President of the West Sacramento Teachers Association. We have been holding labor relations meetings on a pretty much monthly basis for some time now, with Mr. Mount Benitez, Mr. Parsons, Ms. Lee, Ms. Guyvette. And this has been a very refreshing thing for us, and an opportunity to really speak frankly about issues that are going on in the district. It's been very positive, and we hope to continue that. Ms. Gonzalez has been a good addition to that meeting. And in fact, we just went through our first, what you might call a personnel matter with our new assistant superintendent, and we were impressed with her honesty and straightforward approach. And we hope that this bodes well for the future, and we believe that that will be the case. We ask that you save the date of August 9th, which will be here before you know it. That is the date of our new employee orientation, to which you are all, of course, cordially invited, and we certainly hope to see you there. We also look forward to seeing you at our upcoming graduation events, and thank you for all of your hard work on our behalf and on the behalf of our students and families in West Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buse. Do I have anybody from, to do the CSEA report? You do? Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Wanted to share that we, as Superintendent Luna mentioned last time, that they, CSEA was celebrating because we did reach tentative agreement. We were just informed that their vote passed. There's a 610 policy, and that was today. So in close communication and labor relations, they did share that it was going to be today. So we understand that happened. So we will be bringing them for your ratification at an upcoming board meeting. So I wanted to share that.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, we are going to be moving on to public comments. So members of the public may address the board on the topics of our board agenda in addition to topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda. Although the board by law may not take action at this meeting, the board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration In accordance with the district's complaint procedure, we do recognize that for a lot of people, commenting before the board and the audience and the people watching at home on television is a nerve-wracking experience. So to try to make that as easy as possible, we do ask that there not be any applause or booing or catcalling or other demonstrations to maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak to us regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. The process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. May I invite Ms. Jen Grexton regarding music boosters, news, and thanks.
And this has been quite a night. It was a great night to be here.
Yes, it's a wonderful night to be here.
Well, I'd like to share some news from the River City Music Boosters. We're among the many advocates of a performing arts theater in our district, and we wanted to share some of the great things happening with students that will fill that theater, hopefully in the not-too-distant future. In April, Boosters hosted 2 instrument selection nights for 4th grade students interested in joining band next year. Our high school students were on hand to greet families and man stations for a kind of instrument petting zoo, in which the kids were encouraged to go from station to station to learn how to play the instruments and to see what sparked their interest most. At the end of the circuit, they took their note cards, rejoined their parents, and met with their school's music director. Our goal is to help grow all of the district's music programs, but especially at Riverbank, Elkhorn, and Westfield, and they had the longest lines both nights. 30% of our current 4th graders signed up for band. We also want to thank the district's IT department. The tech team set up Chromebook kiosks so that parents could complete their registration forms online that night. And with over 150 interested kids, not only did this greatly speed up the check-in process, but it enabled each instructor to easily follow up with their families who will be joining band next year. So technology for the win. Later on tonight's agenda, there's a request for approval to purchase instruments and risers to be spread across the district's schools and programs, and that would be an amazing investment in our students and their well-rounded education. We want to thank the district again for investing $2,500 in percussion equipment. Boosters kicked in another $3,000, and our growing drum line is now ready for summer rehearsals and next year's performances. We've purchased new flags, and we're getting ready to buy uniforms for a growing color guard as part of the River City Regiment. We'd like to thank the West Sac Foundation, who awarded Boosters a grant toward getting the band trailer wrapped. It's been plain white for years, and the logo work will display River City High School and West Sacramento pride when we're rolling out to performances. Mr. Cisneros put on our final concert at last night, and it was quite a production. We want to thank Mr. Hanks from RCHS Productions for sharing and setting up their pipe and drape backdrop, the performance shells, lighting, and the stage. And the custodians received a special shout out for helping get the gym ready. As part of the celebration, Boosters were able to award scholarships to 8 of our graduates. One of those came from Superintendent Luna and her husband. Thank you again. We also provided awards to many others as we sent them off for what's next and get ready for the next batch of kids. Looking ahead, we plan to host a Veterans Day parade with the city again this year. Sadly, it was sidelined last year due to poor air quality, but we'll be back again to honor our veterans and our community. And much of that pride comes from our current students. Thank you, and we'll be back in the fall.
Thank you so much. Miss Danny Langford.
Hello again. So after hearing the student board members' comments, it just got me thinking, being our graduation for River City is at Raley Field, why are we limiting tickets? I had 2 kids that graduated from there, one that graduated when the high school was brand new at the current high school, but why are we limiting tickets? So many parents and family and friends want to celebrate, and there's a lot of room there. Trust me, I've been there. Also, while I appreciate the fact that you did not discuss the superintendent evaluation in closed session, is it because of things I brought up, or because there were so many people out here waiting for all the celebrations? I hope that it's because of the letter of the law. Like I said, I don't understand if the district had the superintendent criteria that I've been asking for a year and a half now at every meeting practically, why I wasn't told where it was, why the person that's in charge of our website didn't know where it was as I asked him at the meeting, nor did he call me as he said he would, as to where I could find it. I just kept going on the page to see if I could find it. These are goals, not criteria. This is criteria, 9 pages worth that we've had in the past, where it's unsatisfactory, progressing, satisfactory, and exemplary. Something the board has always filled out and gone through in the past. I don't understand where this criteria that you should be evaluating the superintendent is. And I would like a copy of this type of criteria, not the goals. Again, I have concerns with the evaluation being on all these agendas, especially since it was just on April 25th. If this is her yearly evaluation, this usually seems to be done after school's out. Why isn't it put on their annual evaluation? You guys could clear up so much issues if you just respond to those of us that are here all the time that you might not like. I don't care. It's not a popularity contest for me to be up here. Trust me. I'd rather be a whole lot of other places than I am here. And if it's not, you cannot go behind closed doors and just say, hey, this school needs to be doing this or that. That's not what the evaluation is for. That's what public meeting is for. And when we see 3 of you not asking questions at length on certain issues, where else is it being discussed? Because it's not being done in the public's eye. And that's all we're asking. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Laura Jamison. You fill out 2 forms, but it's 1 3-minute comment, so.
One of them is as a representative of the Measure V Bond Committee, so it's kind of a two-for-one thing. Is that okay? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll do the Measure V Bond Committee. So I am here as a representative of the Measure V Bond Committee. Every year we are required to put out a report, and just due to life and circumstances, this year's report came out a little later than it usually does. So we've prepared a report that covers the time frame of July 1st, 2017 through April 30th, 2019. And so I have a 3-page sort of letter report that we prepared, and then we also have the appendix that Chris is going to pass out of the key analytics report. And this report that he's passing out has all of the financials for Measure V from the inception through April 30th of this year. And just to clarify what the Measure V Bond Committee does, we do not approve of the work prior to it being approved by the board. We're kind of the rubber stampers after the fact. So we reviewed all the expenditures to verify that it was spent in accordance with Measure V, and our report concludes that the expenditures were done in accordance with Measure V. I do want to say thank you to Ms. Angie Nichols and Mr. Chris Malpanides. They have been very helpful providing our group with a lot of information, so we do appreciate everything they've done for us. And for any member of the public that is listening tonight and wants more information on the Measure V Bond Committee, if you go to the district's homepage, then you go to Departments, then Business Services, and then Facilities, Construction, and Planning, and then Measure V 2014 Bond Initiative, and then Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And all the meeting minutes, all of the documents that we've reviewed are on the city's or on the website. And this year's report actually has links to everything that we reviewed for this year. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall we restart?
We can share, actually, I forgot to say one thing. I do recognize typically we give our report as a formal presentation, just due to timing, it just wasn't going to work out. If you guys want a formal report, just let Angie know, and we'll try to schedule a future meeting where we can have a formal report. And I will email this to you guys, hopefully tonight, if I don't forget, so you guys have it. So, okay, so thank you.
There will likely be a request for public transparency.
Okay, sounds good.
Perfect.
Okay, yeah, some of them are faded, so, good, yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm here tonight personally to talk about something I thought was going to be on tonight's agenda, but it is not on tonight's agenda, and it's the MOU between the school district and the city regarding the sharing of data for the Kids Home Run program. I think it's a bad idea for the school district to be sharing this data with the city. The city is not equipped to be handling such personal data for students. They deal with other types of data, not student data. So I strongly object to this MOU and the sharing of the data from the school district to the city. And since I'm here, I got some time, and I'm probably not going to be around for some of the later action items, I do want to comment on item P13, the contract with VIA. So it looks like the school district is going to contract with VIA and spend $25,000 out of the general fund to put some VIA tracking things in the buses. With the layoffs that have been happening and the cuts this district is making, why are we spending $25,000 on VIA right now? This is not a priority for the district. The priority is having teachers and aides for the students. It should not be going to VIA. Thank you very much.
Okay. That's it for public comments. We are going to move on to consent agenda items. Do we have a motion?
Wait a second. We have 4 new names added to what was.
Is there amendment to the consent agenda? Superintendent Luna, as Vice President Pizzotti, is indicating that there's a change.
President Wong, Human Resources would like to bring an amended certificated recommendation to the board as
Okay.
we've just recently held interviews.
All right, perfect. And we all have that in front of us?
Yes, this is what.
Please let Superintendent Luna speak, Vice President Pizzotti. It's not your job? Yes, do we have all those changes in front of us? Okay. Perfect. Any questions about the amendments? Okay, if not, do I have a motion to,
Yeah, I'll move the consent agenda as amended.
do I have a
With an
second?
amendment.
Vice President
I'll second.
Pizzotti moves. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion passes. We are moving on to item N, public hearing. There's no public hearing at this time, and we're moving on to O. So O1 is our after-school program update with Rahale. No?
President Wong, if I can just take a minute in hiring of the certificated recommendations, we'd like to continue our practice of introducing our administration that are newly hired to our district through the consent agenda. If we can just take a moment, we have them here tonight.
Perfect.
So I'd like to introduce to the board Yolanda Saka, who was previously approved for the assistant principal at Southport School, home of the Ducks. So though Yolanda is no stranger to us, here's just a little bit about Yolanda. She received her Bachelor's of Arts in Liberal Studies and Human Development from Sacramento State. She also received her Master's in Educational Leadership with emphasis on parent involvement from Sac State. She is biliterate in Spanish with a B-clad certificate. Currently, she is the acting assistant principal at Westmar Oaks. 4 years, she served as program specialist for Washington Unified, 3 of those at Elkhorn Village. She taught 11 years, also at Elkhorn. She was a BITSA support provider for 5 years. What Yolanda is most known for is her work and efforts on the creation and opening of our dual immersion Spanish program at Elkhorn Village. Yolanda developed and implemented this program, and it's become a model program across the region because of her research and creation of systems with short and long-term goals of this actual dual immersion program. One of her peers said this, Yolanda has had an exceptional career as a bilingual educator in diverse schools. She has a vast knowledge of effective instructional strategies, English learner programs, and project-based learning. She is well-respected amongst her peers. We welcome Yolanda to Southport. Next, I'd like to introduce to you the new assistant principal at Stonegate Elementary, the home of the Lions, Marisela Romero. Marisela received her bachelor's in international relations with a minor in Spanish. She received her master's in applied school leadership from National University. She also is biliterate in Spanish with a B-clad certificate. She's currently a teacher at Elkhorn Village and has been at Elkhorn for 10 years. However, she has demonstrated leadership across the school site in various capacities. She's been on the leadership team for 7 years, including serving as teacher in charge. She is certified and an avid teacher. She's been for the past 7 years at Elkhorn. She has served on district task forces, such as English Learner Task Force, Common Core, Professional Development Team Member, ELA Cadre, and her most recent work is with the rigorous curriculum design. This is what her peers say about her. Marisela Romero is not only an outstanding educator, well-versed in the Common Core and ELD standards, but she's also an instructional leader amongst her peers, both at the site and throughout the district. Her tireless work on the multi-tiered system of support team includes her work on staff, student mentor programs, consistent classroom expectations, culture-enriching assemblies and rallies, and most importantly, an increased focus on the need for differentiation in order to meet the diverse range of learners. Additionally, she has coached teachers, developed and presented professional learning sessions in a wide variety of topics. She has served as teacher in charge when the administration is absent. In everything she does, she's collaborative, solutions-oriented, and focused on what is best for students. We welcome her to our admin team. So our two administrators just introduced are our examples of our commitment of raising our own and preparing them to continue on in their career. We also are excited to welcome new people into our family here in Washington Unified. We have hired assistant principal at River City High School, home of the Raiders, Justin Young. Mr. Young has received his bachelor's in political science from the University of Santa Barbara. He received his master's in educational leadership from CSU East Bay. For the past 2 years, he's been high school assistant principal and the district coordinator of student support services in Winters Unified School District. He's been an instructional coach at the Jefferson Union High School District and a teacher of social sciences also at Jefferson High School, which is on the peninsula. This is what his references have said. Justin Young is a get-it-done leader and will do what is needed to make things happen. He has demonstrated strength, passion, commitment for working towards success for all students. He's compassionate yet firm, and students and parents hold him in high regard, as do his colleagues. Another reference stated, Justin has demonstrated a commitment to honoring the work of the past while forging a path ahead through restorative practices, professional learning communities, and leadership on the curriculum instruction, assessment, and technology committees of the district. In all these things, he's kept perspective of systematically building supports and removing barriers to student achievement. Welcome to Washington Unified, Justin. We've also hired a second assistant principal at River City High School, home of the Raiders, Mario Landeros, and I think he had a former commitment in his own district for his own school. We're very happy to have Mario Landeros join us. He also is fluent in Spanish. He's currently serving as assistant principal, at least for the past 4 years, in Vacaville and in Fairfield-Sassoon. So we welcome him also. Thank you so much.
Great. Rahele, now you are up on before and after care. Good evening, President Wong, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and community. My name is Amber Lee, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, and it's my pleasure to introduce our amazing program specialist, Rahale Arabake. Did I say it right?
Thank you, yes.
Who oversees our BITSA program and our ACES, our after-school program. Tonight, we are pleased to present to you an update of our before and after-school programs. And it has been such a learning experience for me this year, trying to fulfill one of the board priorities and superintendent goals and learning all about after-school and before-school care. And as a working mom, I just want to thank the board for making this commitment because childcare is a challenge that working parents face. So with that, do I have to turn it on? There we go. As I said before, one of our board priorities is to ensure that we have a safe, welcome place for our students to come and learn and opportunities for all students. And what better place than wandering the streets, but then to be in our own schools receiving quality after school or before school care. It's also one of our superintendent's goals for 2018-19 to increase opportunities for alternative choice educational programs and after school care. Tonight, our goals are to inform you of grant requirements for our after-school education and safety grant, to present program options and then seek direction from the board on how to proceed, and provide an update on champions and YMCA enrollment, and end with a few highlights and celebrations of our ACES program. Now I'm going to turn over to Rahale to give you an overview of the program.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm actually really excited to tell you a little bit about the ACES program. I know usually you associate me with BITSA and the induction program, but actually that's my other hat is running the managing the ACES grant. I had no idea about the grant until I wasn't put in charge of it, and I was like, wow, this is an amazing program. So we got this grant by Prop 49. It was designed for kids to have a safe place for especially working parents who didn't have a place for their kids to go, latchkey kids, came out of San Francisco actually, and it became throughout all of California happening at schools that are the most neediest. So we are lucky that 5 of our schools qualified at the year that the grant came out, and we have been grandfathered in throughout the past few years. We are also lucky that we are partnering with the city of West Sac, and they do a lot of matching funds to the grant. So that's how we are able to manage the program. So this program the focus is on 3 areas: academic, recreation, and enrichment. Academic support is given to kids with homework time. They're given about 35 to 40 minutes of homework time. The staff has been trained by myself and some of our teachers to learn about the new curriculum, the Common Core, math. And then the enrichment and recreation, we employ soccer, firefly art, taekwondo. I mean, it's amazing if you guys ever have a chance to visit the program. We had a Google grant last year that cost us nothing, and it was specifically teaching girls about robotics, and it was really, really awesome. Some of the things that I learned throughout this past few years, especially we had FPM last year, which we passed with flying colors, was that ACES is open to all the students that are attending that school. So if the school qualified for the grant, the program is open to all of the kids. We cannot exclude any student based on their financial status. And also, we are able to prioritize enrolling kids based on certain needs. So we can define what the needs are in our program plan, and you should have a copy of our program plan. We also renew the grant every 3 years. Last year we renewed it, and we have 2 more years to renew again. We do adhere to the ed code, so students will have to reapply every year. They fill out a form. And the last item, no students will be allowed to re-enroll every year, and we're going to talk more about that after this.
So in Washington Unified School District, we have a long-standing practice to pre-enroll ongoing students, and I put it in quotations because that is actually the language that is taken out of our program plan, which has been approved every 3 years by CDE in the spring for next school year. Students will be chosen based on education code requirements, which allows for the prioritization of foster and homeless youth, and any prioritization outlined in the district program plan, and then a lottery. So currently, there's a disconnect between the long-standing practice in Washington Unified and CDE's requirements. What is currently happening is every spring, packets are given to both students on the waiting list and students currently in the program, but priority is given to students currently in the program, which is why we have families that have been in the program since kindergarten. What CDE's requirements are is that everyone be given an application, and then based on the priority outlined in our program plan, we prioritize, and then everyone else is selected to be enrolled based on a lottery. And so that has not been happening in our district. Here's our current enrollment and wait list, also listed by students who qualify for free and reduced lunch program. And I want to give a special shout out and thank Carrie Pina, our Director of Nutritional Services. Since your free and reduced lunch program status is confidential, her and her staff have done a lot of work to help us gather these numbers, and it's by individual students. So it took a lot of time, so thank you, Carrie. You can see the current enrollment. And then the wait list. So at Elkhorn, Riverbank, Westfield, and Westmore Oaks, they all currently qualify for free and reduced lunch. At Stonegate, out of the 127 that are enrolled, 55 qualify for free and reduced lunch. On the wait list, and we just got these numbers today, so I can provide them in detail to you, but roughly about 50% of the students on the wait list qualify for free and reduced lunch.
At Stonegate.
At Stonegate.
Yeah, the rest are 100%.
Thank you. So next steps. We need to revise our program plan to reflect changes in the pre-enrolling language. We need to revise our current enrollment and registration practices. And then tonight, you'll see further down on the agenda, we are recommending revisions to the current board policy and administrative regulation for 5148.2. Tonight is a first read. So options. We are seeking direction from the board, and there's several options. We have 2 options, and then we are making a recommendation. The first option is status quo. Keep our current enrollment plan and program status quo for 1920. At every school except for Stonegate, because we were adding champions, families have already been notified that they have been enrolled for next year. Enrollment registration started the day of kindergarten registration, which I believe was January 26th. So they were notified in early May that they were accepted into the program for next year. We will invite all families to apply for ACES for the 2021 school year and change the program plan to include prioritization based on multiple factors, including principal and teacher input, with this going into effect in the 2021 school year. We will enroll students based on education code requirements, prioritization criteria that is outlined in our program plan, and then the rest will be chosen based on a lottery basis. So this is option 1 that the board can direct staff to take. And beginning fall of 2019, launch a massive communication plan to notify parents and the community of upcoming changes. Option 2, in June of 2019, notify all parents that received enrollment notification that changes have been made in the enrollment process per grant requirements. Invite all families to apply or reapply for ACES for the 1920 school year. Change the program plan to include prioritization based on need, multiple factors, and input. And then enroll the students based on education code, including lottery. So our recommendations. Educational Services is recommending option 1 for the following reasons. Adhering to the requirements in the 1920 school year could potentially disrupt families, create confusion, and not provide adequate time to find alternative childcare. Going on the lottery system, there could potentially be families that have already been notified, you have a spot at Elkhorn, and now, based on a lottery, sorry, you do not have a slot, or someone that had a greater need would take that spot. Some families that have been in the program for years, again, may not qualify because of need and lottery. Implementing in 2021 provides families 1 year to potentially find alternative means of childcare. And this also allows time for us to communicate with our public about the changes in our program plan and the requirements. YMCA update. Bridgeway Island currently has 86 students enrolled, Southport 71. They are continuing to take every single student. There's no students on the wait list. Champions, I just want to give you an update. This is a new program. They launched with a digital marketing campaign. They had staff in attendance at the open house event at Riverbank and Stonegate. They held a teacher appreciation lunch at Riverbank and Stonegate just to introduce themselves to the staff and kind of inform them a little bit about what their program's about. And there was an informational table and sign up at dismissal. They actually set up a table right at dismissal because they found that one-on-one communication works best to tell them about the program. And they opened up their computer and they enrolled students right there. So as parents were picking up their kids, they could register for after school or before school care. Currently, the number of Stonegate families enrolled is 55, Elkhorn 3, Riverbank 1, and Westmore Oaks 0. Champions has reached out to the principal at Westmore Oaks and Elkhorn, and next week they'll be setting up tables at dismissal to try to inform more parents and get more parents involved. They will continue to actively recruit and inform parents of the options in order to make the program viable. And this is both for YMCA and for Champions, even though YMCA is a nonprofit. In order to make it viable, you need to have 20 students in the program. So 17 more students and Elkhorn can have a program. Questions, discussion from the board before we move on to celebrations?
Vice President Pizzati has been holding on to a question.
Yeah, I've actually got a couple. So, as I was reading through the ACES list, I thought it was capped at 111 for
It is.
the enrollment.
Our
And
district,
yet-
sorry.
Sorry. And yet Elkhorn currently is enrolled at 128, Riverbank's under the enrollment cap, and Stonegate is at 127. So we're going to lose at Stonegate, 16 spots that are currently enrolled, and at Elkhorn, 17 that are currently enrolled. Is that correct?
No, it is capped at 111 for the grant. However, thanks to our amazing partnership with the City of West Sacramento and contributions from grant money, title money, we supplement to increase the enrollment.
So the school district supplements.
The school district and the City of West Sacramento.
Okay, good. Of course, I'm going to put my 2 cents in on option one. I think that's the only possible solution. Having a kid in childcare right now, if I were to find out, hey, wait a minute, I've got 3 months to try and find childcare, that may not be a feasible option, especially if I'm just barely making ends meet. And I find out, wait, I just qualify a little bit too high to have my kid in this free program. So that would be an incredibly difficult scenario to try and go to a fee-based program somewhere else, especially if your school doesn't have enough people participating in the Champions program, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that is the only viable option. And then the communication plan is incredibly important. We must educate the community about this change. In addition to that, something that I'd like to say about, I'd have to ask about, some of the numbers that we're seeing out of, let's see, Westmore Oaks, Riverbank, and Elkhorn for the Champions program. What have we done up to this point in terms of communication to the parents there? Like, I think we should be sending out information saying we have open spaces at YMCA and at Champions, at every site. So, and it should be like a weekly thing. People should be getting sick of seeing these flyers going out, because I'm afraid that they just don't know. And if we have to put something in the kids' backpacks every single week, then that's what we should be doing. But people should know that there is an option available. And that's something that I think is critically important, especially as we move into this transition of fee-based for certain schools if the ACES program can't handle what we're providing.
Great, so there are several questions there, so
Yeah,
I'll have
so
staff answer,
go ahead,
and
yeah.
then have, turn it over to other trustees who may have questions.
So that was a lot, I kind of forgot. Yes, we will continue our marketing campaign, and Champions has taken the lead in YMCA on marketing since their program, but in recent conversations with both organizations, I'll be working with Yorgos to get it onto Constant Contact and our social media. Currently, how they've been marketing is through robocalls and through flyers and emails. Champions and YMCA both have had more success when they've done more direct outreach. That's why the table's been set up. They've asked principals to give them a list of all of the events that parents would be attending between now and the end of school year, but also before school. They'll also be set up at the schools when students come in August to pick up their schedules. So we will continue our marketing campaign.
Okay. So putting things in the backpacks has been happening?
Yes.
What is the frequency with which they've been happening?
I believe it just went out once.
Once, okay. Again, my recommendation is every single week would be highly recommended at this point, because we need to get more people involved, knowing that there is another option available, especially if they're going to be losing a spot.
It's towards the end of the school year, it might be challenging for
Right.
them to remember, but so, there were a couple of other questions that you had in there.
No, I think that's, most of them were statements, I
Okay.
think.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, you have a question?
I want to make sure I understand this correctly. When I'm looking at the criteria that can be utilizing multiple factors, and then I look back on page 4 where it says we may not exclude any student based on financial status. So does that mean that we may not make a priority of free and reduced lunch?
Yes,
It does.
we cannot make that priority. And part of the reason why the rationale that was explained to us, which makes a lot of sense, is because if it's based on need. So need can be social and emotional need, and just because of your financial status, you could be excluded from a program where you do have a need for this program based on some social emotional needs.
Okay, that's hard to, that's a hard piece, knowing that we're bringing in another program, because I think I look at this really carefully with the lens of, I've paid, I'm sure many of us, like more than my mortgage for childcare, and I'm grateful that I can afford it and drive an old car. And who I feel that this should go to first and foremost is the people who financially need it the most. And so that's a very hard requirement for me to stomach. And then to know that we supplement some of this for a family that possibly has the means is that's very hard. Because when I thought of this right away, I thought, okay, well, we'll make our priority be on low socioeconomic, and that will be an easy criteria, and we can move forward. So that throws a really big, I have to do kind of a gut check on that,
Well,
I
here's
guess.
something else to consider, the way we are recommending to change our program plan. If it's based, first of all, ed code requirements, so priority automatically goes to foster and homeless youth.
Okay.
Secondly, it's based on need. So if you think about, and not always, but often, many of our students in poverty also struggle with other issues, trauma-informed, maybe academics. And so based on using multiple factors, based on recommendation from teachers and principals, there could be a little leeway. But again, we cannot exclude based on financial status.
Sure. And of course, free and reduced lunch now is also confidential, even for classroom teachers. to know
Correct, which
that.
is why I had to work with Carrie Pena to get that information.
Sure. Okay.
So I have a follow-up question. Have you explored ways to waive those requirements?
There are no ways according to CDE, to waive the requirements. We've met multiple times with CDE, and I asked them to put it in writing because at one point, to be honest, we got a little bit of conflicting information
That's
from
correct.
CDE.
That's correct. So, okay.
One option that we could explore is we could charge for ACES, and then you could waive the fees for students, waive or reduce the fees for free and reduced lunch. We did not make that recommendation, given that we already have programs that will be charging.
And would you be allowed to do that at one site and not others, since all of our other sites do qualify?
So
I would have
that's-
to look into that.
So that's the other question is, you can't do that, but my understanding is you could also adjust our district plan to move slots around. So higher needs schools could get more slots.
But we can't do that because it's grandfathered in. That's mine.
Each school is, the grant is very specific to that school and the number of kids
Right.
for that school. So we've been back and forth with the CDE, invited them, they came and spoke with Ms. Luna and myself and Ms. Lee. So
Yeah, I saw a picture of Michael.
yeah.
I would, just thinking in my mind, and I think communication is so key, and I do agree that if families have been told that they have a place and they've been notified, that I absolutely, that would be a very big concern not to have adequate communication, so I can understand why there would be some wait time in here, but my thought is if there is a room to supplement, if the city is supplementing, if we're supplementing, it should not be at a school that doesn't qualify as being a free and reduced lunch school.
Great. Trustee Alcala.
Thank you for bringing that up, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Yes, I do have a few questions, and maybe it was asked, I apologize, I had to leave for a few minutes. Westfield has 92, the cap's 111.
Oh, excuse me, correction. All of them are capped at 111 except for Westfield. They're capped at 83
Okay, very good.
because of the size of the school. And at the time when the grant, remember, they were only K-5, so they had significantly less students.
And West Oaks is 92, and the cap is what? there?
111.
And there's a wait list? I don't understand how
So
that
part of the reason why there's a wait list is because grant requirements do not allow a class over 20. So you may have a sixth grade class that has 15 kids in it, but you might have a third grade class that has 20, and on your wait list, you might have 10 third graders.
current enrollment, and I'm sorry, the ACES program, you gave us the criteria. Do we have ACES at Bridgeway? That's what was.
We have ACES at every school but Bridgeway and Southport, which was originally why YMCA was brought in.
Great, I misunderstood that then. Okay. What if an economic situation changes for a family to their benefit?
They could certainly, okay.
During the school year?
Mhm.
It won't make a difference.
Won't make a
for their
difference.
Qualification for being in ACES program. Every student who is in a school that has the grant is automatically qualified to be in the program.
Okay.
So they don't want it to be a program for the needy kids or it's something that all kids can be in. Working families, non-working families, everyone.
So I guess our criteria, what we consider needy or greater need, is something that we're going to define here as a board?
Greater need cannot be financial status, but it can be academics, it can be social emotional, it could be just the need for childcare. Could also be a great need. We do have families that are in the program currently that parents don't work or are home versus the need. You could have a child that comes from a single parent home and there's no one there at that home. So that could be a greater need.
So let me ask you this. Do you have a rubric for how you're defining need?
No, we do not. That'll be
So that's what's going to be developed?
create,
And
yes.
so I'm assuming you're going to talk to the board about how we define need?
Yes.
Okay. Does that feel comfortable, folks?
I gotta get,
Okay, Clerk Jackson.
Well, thank you for asking that question, President Wong, because that was actually going to be my question, is how exactly is it that we are defining need? Because I think when people hear the word need, we assume that we're talking about financial need, and that's not necessarily the case.
Correct.
So I think it's very important that criteria is established and laid out, and so that way there's no ambiguity. for people who are, as they're looking at the programs. The thing that's kind of concerning to me is that we've known since January, February, that we were making changes to our after-school program. So I'm kind of confused as to then how come, knowing that these things were in the works, how come people were notified automatically that they're automatically enrolled for next year, and it's kind of creating the situation where we're in, where people have already been told that they're in, but is not in compliance with the requirements of the grant, knowing that we're making changes and looking at ways to expand it in the grants and things like that.
We just recently found out about the criteria of not automatically pre-enrolling students. That was a recent finding. And again, we received some conflicting information from CDE. Additionally, just for point of information, Rahale recently attended a regional meeting with districts all across our region, and this is a common practice that many districts are doing. They automatically re-enroll.
We found out about this because of the board's direction to change our policy. We started digging in, and that's when we found out. But by the time we started figuring this out, because the enrollment we don't do that. The city is the one who informs the parents. So they have a schedule, and they started sending out the letters, and informing them. So that's why weren't able to catch it.
Which, by the way, in meetings with the city, we will be taking on the enrollment moving forward.
Okay.
For this reason?
Yes, we have a third party involved, and there's a variety of reasons.
Okay.
We're grateful for their support.
Yeah, and then the other question, I know that per the grant, that the numbers were capped at 111, but I do know that there are ways where we can circumvent, I guess would be the correct word, where we can.
We can further define need, because we're sure that there are 110, more than 110 kids who may meet both the criteria of low socioeconomic status that have high, emotional need, however we define need.
But one caution is, yes, there's ways that we can supplement, but in meetings with the city, since I've been given this direction, we are really, the city is capped at that staff. They have a high turnover in staff. They do not pay as much as other jobs. And so when I met with them and requested, we want more staff, we will find the funding to add more classes at some of our neediest schools, they cannot find any more staffing. And it's a high turnover rate, which is really difficult for our children to always constantly have someone new coming in or have subs in there until they can find someone. So we're also limited to the job pool.
I think the reference is to 55 out of 127. Is that when you're talking about there's more than?
Well, I just know, for example, at my site, I know that we have more than 111 kids that are enrolled in our ACES program. And I know that our program director has been, because her and I, we've talked about how they run the program at my site. And she's given me some instructions and things like that on how they are able to allow and have more kids in the program to kind of eliminate the wait list that we would have otherwise had. And I believe she's actually has even reached out to the folks over here in West Sac and even kind of discussed those options as well. At least that's what I was told from her.
Sac City. Sac City, okay. But and as you can see, we are over our numbers, at least at Elkhorn and Stonegate. Elkhorn, mainly because of the dual immersion program, when we started that, we started accepting more kids because we wanted them to be able to stay in the program. So we are above our numbers. Now, some of our schools, we have a hard time, even though this program is free, we're having a hard time getting parents to bring their kids. A lot of parents are stay-at-home moms, and they want to pick up their kids. And per grant requirement, they have to be there till 6 o'clock. They cannot even be picked up at 5:55. It has to be 6. So parents don't want to put their kids in there, even though they're financially very needy, but they could pick up their kids, they stay at home.
And I just want to clarify that every school site has a different cap, and the grant calls it out, and it's based on size. My previous district, we had 140 because of the size of the school.
Vice President Pizzotti?
So in terms of champions, so if there's not a, as I look at this, so there's not a big, I don't know what's it called.
Enrollment in the South?
Yeah, a big enrollment at, say, Elkhorn, Riverbank, or Westmore Oaks, or even, Westfield for that matter, if none of those schools have that big of an enrollment, is it possible for them to do a program at one school where kids from the surrounding schools or close by schools could go to? Like, does Champions have the ability to pick up kids from one school site and transport them to another school site?
No,
That's
they-
kind of like Bounce Spot did that, right, at Bridgeway.
No, they do not, but in the multiple meetings that I've had with Champions, we've explored several options of looking at our own transportation department, looking at VIA, which we use for the Washington Middle College, but again, that's also contingent upon funding. But yes, we've considered those options.
So I'm going back to a marketing question. So the wait list seems more than 20 at each of these sites.
Are you talking about for ACES?
Yeah, wait list for ACES. But, so the question then becomes, has Champions reached out to those on these wait lists?
Yes, they have.
And so no one's taken them up on?
Not at this time. We can continue weekly to market and phone calls.
I have a question. For 2021, when will those notices go out? I understand, accommodations have to be made, in consideration of parents' working schedules and after-school care, but what about for 2021?
Are you talking about for 2021 when we notify parents that they've been accepted into ACES? Since we're taking an enrollment back from the city, we can determine that date.
Okay.
So registration typically is on kindergarten registration day, which is always that third Saturday in January.
Okay, I think it's necessary, or I think it would be advised maybe to put something like this out also in our newsletter that goes out. This way, it gets more information. This is one of the concerns we've had, maybe not enough communication goes out.
Or language access, or a number of other things. But I think I'm excited about what the numbers will look like when they actually go on site in person, and I know that it makes a difference for YMCA when Mike and them are there in person to talk, because papers are one thing, but actually talking to the people who may be taking care of your children is a whole nother. So we'll see how that goes. I think that there is a request on direction here. I think option one makes a whole lot of sense, given kind of where we are at right now. I know that maybe folks may have wanted it earlier, but I think at this point in the year, it makes sense to go with option one. Unless, is there any dissenting view on that? If not, then I think you have your answer on direction here.
Okay. So I'd like to end on a very brief but positive note, because we have some amazing things happening for our children in West Sacramento. And I'm going to let the woman that puts blood, sweat, and tears into this program share with you. Thank you.
I know when Ms. Wong was saying that we don't brag enough about our programs, I immediately thought about our ACES program, because I never got a chance to come and talk about our ACES program in all these years, but I'm super excited to let you know that this year we were one of the very, very few districts in all of California to get the Kids Code grant for ACES. So it was a specific grant for teaching kids coding, and we were able to get that. So students from 3rd through 8th grade in Elkhorn and Westfield are the two schools that qualified. The staff got extensive PD from this company called TechSmart. And if you ever are at Elkhorn or Westfield, you could see them coding. The kids are coding and programming. We purchased Chrome cards for them, and there's a big screen that the staff are training the kids. So it's super, super fun. We are a pioneer in this field because of that not many districts have this. So we have had a lot of calls and visits wanting to see this in action. This is a picture at Elkhorn, the kids 3rd through 8th. I've never seen 3rd grade through 8th grade sit together like this, and nobody was bothering anybody. Like, everyone was just focused on the coding. This is Westfield. This little girl was showing me how to do, I have no idea what coding is, so she was trying to tell me how she moves the character. Other things happening at our schools, the city partners up with Disney for different stuff. And so once a year, they bring out characters. And this was a few weeks ago. They came out, the kids were so excited. And it was May 3rd, right before May 4th. So they brought lightsabers for all the kids. And they were like, Disneyland is here. And they were super, super happy. So that was very nice. This is our staff at different schools. Our staff are very, very young. A lot of our own high school kids start out there, and then they get hired for our program. So it's a great, great opportunity for them. This is the CDE. They came out last Monday to visit the coding program. Michael Funk, I don't know if you know him, but he's the director of the Expanded Learning. He contacted me and he wanted to come and see the program in person. And then you could see the TechSmart gentleman in the back, this program belongs to him, and other CDE members. They were very impressed, especially with our partnership with the city. They said that in all of California, this is very, very rare to see such partnership. So I'm super grateful to the staff at City of West Sacramento that I work closely with. They're awesome. When we had FPM last year, the lady who reviewed our program told me that your program is a model for neighboring counties, and she was very, very happy with our program. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment as well, President Wong?
Yes, you may.
Just as you leave with your celebration, I just really do want to acknowledge that these numbers, the students that are being served in YMCA next year are huge. That's a huge place from where we were before, and as well as bringing champions with Stonegate. And so while we are talking about wanting to service everybody that needs it, I have to really commend you, because these are a lot of families are being served next year. So thank you.
Excellent. All right, moving on to O2, Presentation of Technology in Genius Village by Marco Baeza and Chris Montbenitez.
Good evening, trustees, colleagues, and community. I'm actually not presenting this evening, other than to introduce you to the gentleman that is presenting and introduce Marco to you. You haven't seen Marco present in a whole lot. He's been with the district now for, is it going on?
6, 7 months.
7, I was thinking, 7 months. And I have to say, before he starts, that having Marco here with his depth of experience and helping the district and me with a technology plan and moving not only the front-facing parts of our technology, but the actual infrastructure and the direction of where we're going has been incredible. His presence is calm and consistent, and it helps to consistently move us forward. So by way of introduction, before he presents a technology plan, which we've been lacking for a number of years, I'm very pleased that Marco can present it to you this evening. Marco.
Thank you.
Welcome, Marco. How are you today?
Happy.
Good. I'm glad that you're happy.
Well, thanks for the opportunity. And the plan is an enterprise technology plan. Most school districts call it a LEA plan or a school plan or education technology. We're an enterprise. We're a multi-million-dollar organization, and we provide a lot of support as well as hiring here in the city of West Sacramento. So let's see if I can get this moving. So the question is, are we doing enough of the right things to develop the capabilities our team needs to deliver the outcomes that matter most to our district? And as a continuing educator, It's about our students, and it's about our teachers, and about our principals and the support staff. There we go. Interesting, Director of Technology doesn't know how to control a little device like this. Okay, here are the components. Our plan has to start with teaching and learning. That's core. It doesn't matter what technology comes. We've seen slates, big pens, pencils, film projectors. Today is just data and networks. But if it doesn't allow us to teach to the core and change the practices, like Mr. Dewey said many, many years ago, it's about if you're going to teach the way you learned, you rob the students of their future. And if I apply that to a doctor, if they treat me like they learn, and the doctor's 60 years old, they may rob me days of my life in the future. So we need to look at it a little bit more differently when we're working with our technology. The next piece we need to work on is administrative computing. Here in particular, do we have systems in place to make things more efficient and get us closer to the truth, such as program participation, such as data, such as attendance, and such as communications? The other piece that we have to work on is when most people think of us in technology as computer support. Our computer support has changed. We're no longer fixing devices because devices like this can't be broken apart and fixed. Same thing with Chromebooks. So our computer support has to look different, feel different, and support differently. Network operations. In our world, and you're experiencing it firsthand, people want to get access to our data by getting onto our network. And our network has to be resilient and predictive. And the last piece, budget and planning. We need to use all the resources available so that we don't impact the general fund. So what I've done since I've been here, and I apologize for the size of it, but I've broken down these 5 particular categories. I present to you the present state, the intermediate state, and where we want to be in the near future. And I only took pieces of the entire enterprise plan that I have put together and to highlight these items. For example, in teaching and learning, what we currently have is curriculum integration, and we have individual opportunities to do it at school. And what we're lacking is a systemic way of trying to be more efficient with our deployment of it. So currently, we have a trainer model, and we want to see, and I'm finding it a little bit hard, you know, as you get older, you think you don't need glasses, but I'm thinking today I'm going to need glasses. So I'm going to pull out my...
Would you like a hard copy? It's a more refined. Smaller.
I got it right here.
Well, it's blurry on the screen.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. That was kind of you. It is blurry on the screen.
It is blurry on the screen.
Okie dokie. So what we're exploring is a trainer model to build education and technology capacity at all of our schools. One of the things I discovered about our district is that we have an innovative educator program, and it was wonderful. The impact is lengthy. I went to the first StuCon conference at River City High School, and I didn't tell anybody what my role was and say, what's all this about? The ladies and the gentlemen and the students were passionate about what previous people, Kim Harrison and Melissa Oliver, were able to bring out of our teachers. So we're looking to do something similar to that, but call it version 2.0. In the administrative computing, I'm going to select email system and archiving. We transitioned from Microsoft Exchange, an immense transition. It started in November. It didn't finish until January, and it's still, we're refining it at the moment. And we had an audit, so we'll be looking at that audit and refining our practices this coming year. Oh, thank you. Help desk. One of the things that I discovered, because I have a different lens coming from the Silicon Valley and working here in the Sacramento Valley. There was a disconnect of our practices and delivery of our services. And the opportunity arose when we had reclassification that it came up to the attention of the cabinet level and with also CSEA. So what we're looking at is balancing our workloads on the quantity of devices, help desk tickets, and standardizing our products. The quantity of devices, our district went from computer labs to machines in hands of students. So computer labs, you're looking at maybe 1,500 to 1,600 desktop computers. We have over 8,000 mobile devices in almost every classroom. So the computer lab went into the classroom. As a matter of fact, there are a couple of school sites who are asking us to take down their computer labs because they're not being used. So one of the things I'm responsible for is managing the help desk. We went from 1,500 to over 8,000, and these machines are being turned on daily and hourly. And when I look at it, if I look at all of our schools, and if they look like a office building, and say any classroom, you would have 2 or 3 adults working in the office with 3 or 4 machines, we're saturated with 30, 35, 36 machines. At the high school, there are even more. Network operations, selecting the wireless access points, talks about the exponential growth. It's massive. And again, I use the word enterprise because we're not no longer a school district. We might want to promote a ma and pa feeling, but we have to be efficient with our practices, with our tools. So we're looking at identifying and quantifying locations of wireless network devices and assessing configurations. Here's an interesting aha moment for me. Coming from Redwood City, students come and parents come to high schools with their own devices, and the first thing they ask, what's the guest Wi-Fi password? Or where's Wi-Fi? We don't think that way here, which I find kind of odd. We're a little bit more about control. This is not our world. This is our kids' world. We need to provide some guidelines and guide rails and safety, but we can't control. So we're going to be working with how do we make sure that specifically at the high school, which they have 2,000 kids, and if you multiply that by, say, 2 devices, their Chromebook and one of these, how am I going to be able to manage that network so all those collisions don't happen and still those teachers are able to get to the content? So going back to the enterprise thinking, we need to start thinking that way here in our organization. Budget and planning. Our district technology plan is E-rate compliant. So we have check marks, check marks, check marks, check marks, check marks. But it's not focused on teaching and learning. So we need to flip it. How can we identify the teaching and learning possibilities for staff as well as students? And to do that, I can only move forward with the organization if I ask. And I need to ask many, many questions to give many people the opportunity to ask me questions and then reach out to other districts. Davis is not too far. Woodland is not too far. I grew up in Placer County in Roseville. I did most of my career. Sac City is not too far. So we need to reach out to those individuals so that we don't repeat some of their challenges, but repeat some of their successes. So what is that going to look like, Marco? Well, I've been here 7 months, give you a pretty good assessment of what I've seen, and this is what I'm thinking what we want to do. I want to continue with the assessment and the construction of a plan, and it'll take, thank you. I clicked here, didn't click there. It would take first part of the fall and come up with a draft to you in the winter. That's probably around December, because I need to catch the budget cycle. If there's anything that shows up that we need to plan for, I need to present it to you. And then based on back and forth dialogue and discussions and even up to debate, we need to implement the plan in the spring. Year 2 implementation of the plan, we'll put it forth and then we'll communicate. We have to over-communicate and over-communicate. And in this particular one, how is this impacting the teaching and learning? And are there measures for us, you surfaced the word rubric, are there rubrics and measures for us to communicate where it's happening and where are some challenges? And keep it simple. Meet, evaluate, and report each trimester. This isn't rocket science. It's predictable, and we can do it. Other districts have done it, I know I've done it before. Let's see. You have the clicker? Thank you. So the question is, are we doing enough of the right things to develop the capabilities our team needs? Our team is defined as students, teachers, principals, staff, including the classified, to deliver the outcomes that matter the most to our district. So that's the focus. Thoughts, questions, feedback?
Well, I'm actually looking at the more detailed version that is actually uploaded online. And so how are we doing with reviewing the data structure for our interoperable systems that are between Aries, Lexia, Mealtime, et cetera?
That's an interesting question.
It's
the interoperability. How can I share data frictionless,
Correct.
going from one site to the
How's
other?
that going?
We're standardizing on everything that we have in Aries, and we're being helped by CalPADS. CalPAD is dictating what data and how data should be shaped in our student information system. For example, we don't put nicknames for students' name, we put the legal name, and we carry that over to other systems such as Lexia or Infinite Campus, but Eliminate and other services. So our system of record, being Aries, is going to control that workflow, and we just ship it electronically wherever it needs to go. We also limit products that don't accept our structure, and I'm going to be recommending we just either let it die on the vine or not participate with it.
Do you know off the top of the head, what are those data systems that may die on the vine?
I'll give you one. Starfall is an app that's being used by many students and many teachers. It doesn't accept our data in a structured format.
Starfall?
Yes. If you go to our, we have a ClassLink student portal, and it's like a link, you go to it, and teachers have to enroll students into it. It's too much work for the teachers.
Okay.
I'd rather have just the data sit there, wait for them, and it already rostered, so that they can begin to do their work.
Because Aries has a lot of capacity, right? So am I hearing that some of these other things that we've made investments in could possibly be implemented within our current existing system, as Chris is nodding at me, as I'm being a data nerd, yes.
Yeah, let me give you another example. Pearson has many products, and they're old products.
Okay.
So to integrate information to their old system that they're no longer as mature or developing is very difficult for us to do. And we are doing it, but it's manual, where other systems are doing it automatically.
That seems inefficient.
It is. So one of the things that I think you're asking to answer more directly is one of the things that Marco's been doing is looking at all the existing, not just infrastructure, which has been a big part of what he's done, but all of the different systems, whether they're student systems, data systems, programs, and we've been looking at how much they're utilized and to what capacity are they utilized. So the example you're talking about, Aries, is far more capable than what we've been using it for. And getting all of those programs to talk and share information so that we can actually make the best use of them is sort of the focus. And in that process, we will identify programs or systems that are either underutilized or, my favorite ones, the ones that actually aren't being used but we're paying for.
Yeah,
right.
That's what, if I heard that correctly, there are systems we're paying for that actually we are really like one or two people are using. I'm being extreme, but
no, actually some that no people are using. We found so what Marco's not highlighting that he's done is in trimming a lot of those systems. The reason we haven't had to come to the board and ask for budget to accomplish some of what he's talking about is he's being able to repurpose those resources as he goes and eliminates those systems, which takes a lot of research and work and transition. And he's getting those systems to talk to each other and share data automatically better.
Yeah, so we're not, in that process, we're also, I just want to make sure that we're not losing any legacy data that may be useful for anything else.
We archive it.
You
And
do
we-
archive it,
We
okay.
keep it in a state, fluid state, like in a data state,
Okay.
or a static state, like a PDF report. And then in the fluid state, we can use it as often as you want to in other systems.
Okay. So when you integrate them, there is, and I know the next slide is about Genius Village, is that the parent portal is still through Aries. Will that actually become more robust?
It needs to be.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
something that I'm curious about.
Well, I'll answer a little bit of your curiosity. The state's demanding that we report state reporting.
Perhaps I teed that up, yes.
Yeah. So we're ready for that.
Okay.
Yeah, August 1st is our deadline. I
Okay.
think we'll be able to make it. That's the LPAC and the
Mhm.
CAS reports.
And I know that the primary student information systems are talking with the CalPADS folks to make sure that this goes online. So that's why I'm just going back to the capacity, like what are we doing here with the integrated interoperable systems? Vice President Pizzotti, I saw that you may have a
Yeah.
question.
So you kind of touched on Aries for a moment, and I've just been noticing in terms of the communication via Aries on emails, I'm getting school site specific emails on my, cpizzotti@wsd.k12 email, but I'm not getting it on my Bridgeway email, which is cpizzotti@me.com. So the communication, for some reason, is not being done, and I've talked to a lot of parents at the site that are having a similar problem. So is this a Aries-specific problem, or is it, is this something that we're seeing at other locations?
Great question. Building the capacity capabilities of everybody. It's a learning. Where we put the data in at the enrollment process matters a lot. So what we're discovering through data hygiene practices, data is not consistently placed in some locations. And we discovered that with, there was a doctor at UC Davis that came from, works at Bridgeway, who helped us, who I think is a director of communication. We worked with her, it was her, over the phone, and we discovered that with us. And then we communicated that to our school secretaries. And then we communicated it even with more clarity by giving them the name of the students, and then the quantity of students that don't have emails, or families that don't have emails, and ones they do. And they've been able to respond. But it's a data hygiene practice that we have to teach. It's not the tool, it's how we're using it.
So if I wanted to start getting emails, not on my school board email, but on my personal email, how would I go about rectifying the problem?
Talk to your secretary. If she is not aware how to go about doing the change, because there are 3 parts in the contacts fields that we can make the change.
Because, okay, so there's no one, because I know this is a large problem, and because I've talked to enough parents that it's more than just 1 or 2 here or there. It's a much greater problem. Yeah, there's a much greater problem than that. So there's no other way than what you're telling me to do it manually by hand and have the parent come in?
At the moment, that's correct.
Okay.
I realize we have a public comment, but you have one more slide, so, and then we'll take public comment, and then we can continue discussion. I apologize. I had a question. Yeah, that's the next slide.
So it's 2 different conversations. I have a quick comment that won't make sense after that next one, because I might have more. So I'll just say simply that there have been many families we've dealt with that. I want to thank Yorgos as well as you. That same parent I talked to many, many times, and for parents, it was incredibly frustrating and a little scary, because you can't get a school update if it could be something serious. And so I look forward to your plan. Thank you for all of this. And if down the road there is a way to have families electronically do some of the applications, I would look forward to hearing that.
Yeah.
Stay
So-
tuned.
So next slide, parent.
On this one, I
Yes.
got the opportunity to go to across the country to Miami, Florida, to be part of this particular retreat. And the focus here is what it says right there. Let me look at this screen. Building a solution, connecting healthcare providers and educators to parents. And they want to use mobile technology and use the 80 languages to reach these parents. Our role, if you look at, like, if it's at 5 o'clock on the clock, student information system, is to integrate some data. And the data that we're talking about is immunization records. Where are we at with this timeline? We're like 10 to 11 months away before we even become an active participant in this pilot. Right now, the focus is on children from 0 to 2 years old that their parents take them to a pediatrician or a dental provider, and they make sure that immunization records are recorded, and they are. The most important part for the pediatrician is to get paid quickly, and get paid quickly either to an HMO or PPO or through Medicaid. From there, they're going to go to grades or ages 3 to 5, which is the pre-K. They're going to continue that path with healthcare. They're not even coming over to the education side. That last leg that was presented to us will be from grade 6 or ages 6 all the way to 18. And again, their interest is when a parent enrolls, we would go to a place, if you're familiar with CalPADS, there's a state student identifier. We go to a central repository, enter that code, and download the immunization records, and they will reside in Aries or PowerSchool or Infinite Campus, whatever that happens to be. That's the extent of where we are at the moment.
So let me take a comment from Danny Langford, and then we can continue with our conversation.
Okay.
Danny, you have a blue carded.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, so back up. Again, I think there's any more questions about any of this or process? There, Marco, Chris, so Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
So there's two things. I guess my first question is why? Because we give vaccines from our doctors now, like we accept it as a school district, and so it sounds like this is a bigger issue. I know it's gone to the 2x2, and so.
So I mean, can I share my understanding of it? Is that it's essentially an app and giving information in the power of parents, right? So right now, parents have to show up with their immunization records, et cetera, right? So versus if you are in a FQHC in this project, and actually now regionally in Yolo County, they are actually in a kind of an HMO-like.
Let's say what your first acronym was.
Federally Qualified Health Centers.
Okay.
Right, so clinics, public clinics. So essentially, a lot of our lower-income families, they go see a pediatrician, then they enroll in school, and so then they have to actually take that to enroll in school because we're all verifying. I have to go to Kaiser, you have to go whatever. And it's cumbersome, right? And so working with the county and others is like with a push of a button, the parent gives permission to release those records into our system to receive them.
Got it.
Right, so that cuts out 1 or 2 steps from them trying to go to these different clinics and showing up to register.
So
Got it.
Imagine,
Right,
imagine
Or-
4 years from now,
Yeah.
you just submit all of your athletic physicals for your
Right.
kids directly to the school through your app.
All
right?
controlled by the parent.
Totally controlled by the parent, but it's all done electronically. So to Trustee Pizzotti's question, when is it coming? That's the health medical side, but also the ability for you to change your information in our student information system electronically on your own is also coming. So one of the things that's interesting, you point out that right now it's been very difficult for folks to know where to do that. Part of that's because, again, Marco's being quiet about the work he's done. He's actually gone around and trained all the secretaries. They actually all know how to do that now. We found out that actually people weren't sure how to do that previously.
They did not.
They now know how to do that. So, and then we will be pushing it out to the community to change it on their own.
Right.
Good.
So yes, instead of
Good.
having to go to the secretary, this, that, the other, the idea is to, again, the parents have the power because most people, not everyone, has access to a phone or mobile device, that this is their information, that they should be able to utilize in the manner that makes sense. So one of the things that they talked about is that if the pediatricians do an ACEs study, right, early on as an evaluation, and the parent's okay with it as we are thinking about special education, that they can release that into our system so that our teachers, when they're valuing, students on ACEs studies, so again, adverse child experiences, Okay, I'm looking at everybody. Nobody understands. Okay, so when we
No, no.
talk about, when we talk
Say
about
nobody
trauma, and
understands.
when we talk about trauma, a lot of times the medical field has created what's called an ACEs study, right? So certain traumatic events in a student's life, you have a certain ACEs score and you're likely to succeed or not. You have different challenges. So what is being explored right now through our state surgeon, right, Surgeon General, right, Dr. Nadine Burke from UCSF, as she's one of the pioneers in this, is that the pediatricians in these clinics they have the ability to actually evaluate their patients and then give an ACEs score, which actually has a lot of information. In schools, we talk about trauma. What does that mean? From a medical model, there's actually a score and interventions that you actually provide and to actually intervene against that ACEs score, right? Everyone's nodding. And so anyways, there's the kind of the bigger thing right now, I think cutting edge for Genius Village and what they're involved in, is this ability of parents having control of that information and releasing it to schools so that we can better evaluate how to serve our kids. Right? And so, and I always say we're kind of back end, we're the receivers of all this so that we can plan better. As long as the parents control that, because it is a medical record that they themselves need to release.
Sure. So
And you have capacity for 80 languages, right? So they have indigenous languages, like we don't have translators for. I'm looking at you because when I was in Oakland and in charge of translations, there are native tribes in Mexico or Central America that we could not find translators for. They have 80 tribal languages that in this app, you can translate your documents, which is pretty amazing. Yes, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
So you said that we're about 10 to 11 months out, and so my question is, will more information, when can we expect more information to be coming from you to hear from this in terms of where we are, and is this the end game, or is there more steps to this? Because it sounds like there's more steps to this, and I want to understand the link with the city and why it's gone to 2x2. So just in terms of process for future, when we will hear more would be my question.
I know the mayors are being invited to a gathering in June.
Okay.
And then there were 3 cities, Providence, Rhode Island.
Did Atlanta get in?
Providence, Rhode Island was out there with us, and then there's Staten Island, and then us. And they're asking us to come back to meet again within 6 months, so that'll probably put us up to like November. From there, we get new information, and we have a pretty good idea how close they're at with student information system connections. And we'll give you that information at that time.
And yeah, it's in one of the big city mayors, right? One of 5 cities across the nation who were selected to be part of this.
Okay, now I do have a question. To get someone's email, you have to have their permission. Is that correct? Like these parents?
Yeah, we asked for it because that's the new mode of accessing content online.
I guess I'm a little confused just why the city, even though their partners would need this since we're taking over a lot of it.
No,
Just
not in this.
to clarify, we're talking about 2 different systems, which is a little confusing, and I apologize for that. So we're talking about our own internal systems, which was what the technology plan was about, and the ability for parents to update and access electronically their records with the school district. It's been very clunky to get that update done. So that internal update is now much better, and then in the near future, parents and community members will be able to update that on their own and connect it to a mobile device. Those paper packets that we've relied on for years and years will start to dwindle away as we go all electronic. The Genius Village is also, we're talking about it as a mobile app, but that's more of a linking the healthcare provider and records to the school district, separate initiative. It is a federal initiative, and currently we are one of 5 cities that's been selected, and we're 11 months out from starting with babies, which will lead into preschool in the next year or 2, just as a general time frame.
And could I ask, just real quick, could you go through the little icons on here and just tell us what they are?
I'll give it a shot. So at 1 o'clock on the Village is ages 0 to 2. So they're working with health providers and making sure the parents take them to get their immunization shots. And at the same time, they're teaching them with videos, which is the new standard instead of text. This is how you can make sure that your child needs to be at this particular age. For example, show a video of a child, a baby, on their stomach, and you show a mirror. Did the child smile? And if so, then they educate them about that. That's a particular score in whatever pediatrician scorecard. Grades or ages 3 to 5 is the pre-K, and again, it's just an extension of the 0 to 2 age. Then they want to get to us, which is the SIS, and that's still 11 months away. The 30, I don't know what that is. The CIR is a central depository database for pediatricians to deposit immunizations, and we would participate by just subscribing to it. We won't ship anything to it, we just download. The EHR is the electronic health record. That's another centralized location that started maybe 7 or 8 years ago with HIPAA, because we needed to standardize the interoperability of data for us. Then the doctor enrolls everybody into it. The school district does not. So you cannot participate unless you work with your physician and they have you fill out a form initially to fill out everything needs to be needed to create an account. And the account is always managed by the doctor.
So,
Yeah, Vice President Mazzotti?
yeah, so I had a question about this app, and you said it would be able to produce medical records directly to the school district from the provider, correct? Through the parent, right,
With
via
parent
the parent.
permission.
So there's a bill right now on medical exemptions that would say the medical exemption has to go through the county. So help walk me through that process then. If the county health director would have to say yes to this medical exemption, would it still be usable through this app to come back through?
So remember, the app is only going to be
one way
accessed or have access to medical records that the parents want loaded on it. So let's say that I'm a parent and you're my physician. If I say, yes, I want Dr. Pizzotti's records about my child to go on this app, they go in my app, I can see it there. I can then choose record by record what I want forwarded to the school. So it just allows the parent to send those documents directly to the school that facilitate whatever it is they need from the school from a medical aspect. It could augment an IEP. It could give us a medical note. It could give us an immunization record. It could give us a medical excuse for why a child's been sick from school, all electronically from the parent rather than transferring paper or faxes or phone calls. It gives the parent the ability just to submit immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, and,
Thank you.
but to your point, it also needs to be agreement with the county. So whatever passes in legislation, the county also has to agree to be part of this. Because the counties they facilitate those records. They're the keeper of the medical records.
Yeah.
As we are the keeper of the educational records. But I mean, most of this is just, we're receiving a lot that would benefit our kids.
We
and
receive,
our
we don't
yeah.
share.
Yeah. Helpful? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity
Yeah.
to be in this
It's pretty
program.
exciting. I mean, it's pretty exciting. I'm excited, but I'm a data nerd. I'm a data geek is what Clerk Jackson says I am. So, moving on to 03, partnership with Fiery Ginger Farms. Welcome.
So I'm going to stay up here, continue to be cheerleader to my staff and some community partners. Carrie Pena, our Director of Nutrition Services, is going to be presenting this with Hope and Shane from Fiery Ginger Farms, just as means to an introduction. The Center for Land-Based Learning has had a multi-year lease to do an urban farm starter program on part of the property at our YOLO campus. The reason that Fiery Ginger is here this evening is because they are coming to the end of their incubator status with the Urban Farm Project at the same time that Community for Land-Based Learning lease is coming to an end with the district. In meeting and seeing all the benefits that Fiery Ginger Farm provides the district and our programs and our students, We did not want them to replace Fiery Ginger with a new incubator because Fiery Ginger has become so integrated with our school district and community and all of the various, not just ag programs, but food programs in the district. So we at that time started speaking directly with Fiery Ginger and seeing if they were interested in being the new leaseholders of the property and continuing that partnership. So that is by means of introduction, and that is the concept you're going to hear about tonight, and it would be being brought back to you for action at another board meeting.
And Chris said everything that I was going to say, so it's a great mouthpiece. I would like to introduce to you Hope and Shane, who are the owners, operators of Fiery Ginger Farms. Hope and Shane are pretty much going to walk you through the spreadsheet, or the PowerPoint, rather, that we've put together for you this evening. And these are all programs that we have partnered, or that they have partnered with the district in many different capacities. I'm not texting. I feed.
Hi. I'm Hope, and this is Shane, and as she said, we're the owner-operators of Fiery Ginger Farm behind Yolo High. Both Carrie and Chris kind of gave you a rundown of the background of how the location came to be what it is today, the field that's out there. But I'll just give you a little bit of background on both Shane and I, and kind of how the farm has grown, since there's a lot of new board members, and it's been a while since we've presented. As I said, we've been farming back there since 2015. Both Shane and I attended, took a class through the Center for Land-Based Learning, which is a 7-month beginning farmer training class. And at the end, they give you the opportunity to start your business by giving you access to land and an incubator spot, which was this spot. We were particularly excited about this spot because it was very close to a school. My background is in school gardens and school farms. I managed school gardens in Davis for 5 years. And co-managed a 3-acre school farm in Davis for 3 years. And Shane was a middle school teacher, science teacher, for 15 years. So we were very excited about this site, and we said, yes, we'll take it. So we started very small with a 1/4 acre. That's us right there on our very first 1/4 acre. And in the 4 years have started farming the entire acre, with not just an emphasis on growing produce, but also an emphasis on building partnerships within this district and educational programs, since we both have a passion for education, and specific of all ages. Anything from kindergarten to high schoolers have come out, and we try to give them a hands-on educational ag experience. Yeah.
Another big mission of ours is we really want to see local produce getting into our schools and trying to make that connection happen for myriad reasons, health and sustainability amongst them. So as Hope mentioned, we started on a 1/4 acre, and there was another farmer farming there too, and he bailed pretty quickly. It's a marginal site, and so for farming, it's a beautiful site for what we want to do. And so while we've had to do a lot of soil improvement and things like that, it is really evolved in a way that the way we do things has evolved around that restriction or those variables, and really allowed us actually to mirror the school year and to work more closely with schools, because that's our season. We're actually getting ready to take a short break in farming, which is not common. So we have kind of tailored our growing season to the school year based on soil type and also just what we like to grow. And so it was a big, important thing for us to get these crops into schools. And so that's been a great success for us, I think, is working with Carrie and getting that done. So we pretty quickly scaled up to the full acre. And this is all hand scale, so we don't use tractors and stuff. So it's kind of, and we're most of the labor, so.
It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. You want to talk about chickens?
So these are our chickens. In addition to produce, we also raise chickens for meat. This is a variety called Freedom Rangers, and they are a slower growing breed than the industry standard, which is why we like them. They forage. They're really healthy throughout their life.
Chicken for meat?
Chicken for meat, yeah. So they're broiler birds. This year, one of the educational programs that we did is we piloted this year with Jennifer McAllister's class was to we kind of named it broilers in the classroom, but chickens in the classroom. And the ag students, the FFA students, raised these chickens for a few weeks in the classroom. And they got to learn about them and how to care for them and compare them to their layers, which they have on campus. They're two different breeds, really. They grow differently. They have different requirements for raising them. And then when they were done, chickens can only stay in the classroom for so long before they start to kind of become a burden and kind of stinky. They gave them back to us. We raised them the rest of the way. And when we sold them, we gave them the profits from that as to go to their program as a donation. The idea is that while lots of teachers like to hatch chickens in the classroom or raise chickens in the classroom for education as part of an animal science unit, it's really difficult to know what to do with them afterwards. Difficult to get all the components to do it, to have the cages and the food and all of those things. And so we supplied all of those things and helped them with that experience. And I think it worked out great.
There's a comment up here from Clerk Jackson. Don't we just eat them?
Yes.
They make great fried chicken.
They do.
Indeed, they're really good chicken. They don't compare to anything else, so I'll just say that. And the nice thing about broilers is actually, we have a new group of birds every 4 weeks, so there's lots of opportunities for this to be spread if we wanted to do something like that. So Hope mentioned a little bit, we do a lot of different educational outreach. We have a lot of field trips on the farm, and our vision of it is that, in general, as a society, we're fairly disconnected from how food is produced, and we think that's to our disadvantage. And so when the kids come out, we want them to do some farming. We want them to learn what we're doing day to day. So when they come to the farm, they're going to harvest, they're going to pack, they're going for an order that's going somewhere. They're going to preferably a school. That's that connection. We want them to know that connection. It's not an experience, it's a job. They're doing something meaningful. And they're going to plant something. They're going to taste things. They're going to interact and see animals and see how we use the animals. The chickens are actually fertilizer machines as well, right? And amongst other things. So that's kind of our philosophy in when kids come out. It's super hands-on. The feedback we always get is that is much appreciated. We like to joke, it ain't no hayride, it's time to get dirty. So, and the kids really get into it, and they've been, these field trips have been nothing but a joy. And we've been able to do this through a variety of partnerships with Rayleigh's, help me out with the extra credit grant. Sorry, I couldn't space that. I was going to say food friendly. We've helped a lot of entities write these food for extra credit grants and had them submit them. YOLO Farm to Fork has also been instrumental in getting some kids out there for us and things like that. Yes, sir.
So quickly on the field trip portion, do kids from all over this district come out, like all grade levels and so forth?
Yeah, our goal is to get more of them, more of the schools out, more of the classes out. So yes, not enough though. We'd like to see more of them. So we're actually working on a couple of grants for the coming year. USDA has a grant that producers can write called a farm to school grant, and it's fairly wide in breadth, and we would be very competitive for that. And one of the things we want to include in that grant is funding to support both education into the classroom and then trips out to the farm to the connection, so the connection is made. The other thing we do also do is deliver lessons in classrooms and at school gardens. And we partner with the Center for Eco-Literacy is one example. They have a really good curriculum. We're utilizing some of their curriculum. We have lots of things that we've developed ourselves that we also include.
In addition to farming and field trips and education, we also try to support the school gardens in the district. We've done a lot of work with Westmore Oaks specifically, but we wrote a extra credit grant with Westmore Oaks to allow for us to come out and do some education and work with the kids, and also to get them some compost and some things that they needed over there, and that was a lot of fun. We would go once a week and just talk to the kids about the garden, work in the garden with them, work on whatever lessons Paula was doing over there when she was there. The other thing we did a extra credit grant for was a farm to fork class at Yolo High School. The kids came out to the farm twice a week or once a week?
2 to 3.
2 to 3 days a week. It depended on the weather and whatnot, but they would come out and we would show them what we were doing on the farm and try to kind of give them an idea what farming was like and connect food systems and agriculture and all of those things. And that was a really great class.
Yeah, and then there was an in-class component of that that was using some curriculum that's been created by Andrew Brait not Andrew Brait, that's a different Andrew. Andrew Tate, at the high school, who wrote a Farm to Fork grant, which we utilized as an elective at Yale High School. And so the in-class portion included lessons from that, but also cooking lessons. The classroom that was in had a cooking setup at the time, and so we're trying to get it full circle. They spent the whole semester with us, so they really saw things go from start to finish, and then we're able to utilize them and experience them for food. Because it's one thing to get them out doing it, but it's another thing to buy into eating kale. So you have to know what's going on there. Yeah, there's some other things on that slide that we've been working with. We have a relationship with Rayleigh's Food for Families program, and they supported us to grow a certain amount of crops for the food bank, which we then have the food bank direct to the kids' farmers markets as much as we can. So we'll actually try to grow a crop for that so that some of that produce ends up in the kids' farmers markets, which is kind of nice because they get a lot of great stuff, but it's a lot of storage crops usually, so there's a lot of root vegetables and things like that, but we're able to get them things like lettuce and greens and stuff like that, so it's something a little different. We were taste testing here. We do a taste test thing with them. We do this in all sorts of ways. It's really to get kids to, it's amazing how a simple trick, this simple chart, yum, yuck, they get to vote, will get kids to try anything. And so we always do that when we attend the kids' farmers markets with certain things. We were doing sunflower sprouts right there, sunflower shoots. One of the things we kind of got kids to eat and have been bringing in now is radishes, which is something that not a lot of people thought they were going to like, but they were overwhelmingly liked. And we were able to bring those in, and kids are starting to eat radishes now. Yeah.
So a couple more partnerships there. We've been working with the Bright Culinary students a little bit on, they were looking for a product that they could co-brand or brand as one of their signature products. And so we started working with them this year. We've only had one round of bone broth. I don't know if you guys know anything about bone broth, but it's pretty popular. It has lots of nutritional benefits. And so we brought them necks and feet, which is generally a waste product for us, but most people really love for their bone broth because their feet are really high in collagen. And so this is a picture here of them working on their first batch of bone broth. They came up, they researched how to make it, and then they made 2 different products side by side, and they taste tested them both. And so we're kind of in this like research and development stage. So we hope that we get to that next year, because we're still working on that. Pickling, we're also going to work on pickled peppers with them next year. We grow these little tiny lunchbox peppers, which are perfect for kids. They're really sweet mini bell peppers. So they are going to co-brand some mini pickled peppers with us next year too, and I think that will be great. Also, last year we had some interns through I think it's like the home run program. I don't know, it has a couple names. And 1,000 strong or something like that. We had quite a few interns. We actually wound up hiring one part-time student who graduated last year. His name is Miguel, and so he is our first part-time employee. He's up there. Shane talked about the food bank. Also, we supply lettuce to your district. We grow a baby romaine for you guys that goes to all of your school sites once a week. It's about 140 pounds a week that goes to you guys.
Not quite all of them, but almost all.
Almost all.
Yeah. All right. We've been working with Jennifer McAllister at the Bright campus also. She teaches the Farm to Fork classes there. The younger kids pictured are not in the high school class, but are representing activities that we do with them. But they come out and do some work with us. We do some things with them. There's been a lot of back and forth with that program, and it's been fun to see. I think I'm looking forward. She's developing a animal sciences class for the future, and I think we'll probably be helpful with some of that. Yeah, she's a great partner, and we found all kinds of ways to work together, so it's been really fun. We do some work with the Girl Scouts. This one guy, the West Sacramento Girl Scouts, they love coming out. They're always good. And these girls all, I think, are at Stonegate. So I saw them later, and they were happy to see us.
We recently started working with the new FFA program that you guys have. And so we allow students to house animals on our farm. The construction class built that beautiful shed right there pictured by the lambs. This year we're excited. We have both lambs and pigs on the farm for the very first time, so that's pretty exciting. So we have one student who's raising a lamb and one student who's raising a pig. Yeah.
2 lambs.
Well, there's 2 lambs. It needed a friend, so.
And just real quick, the fellow who's wanted to raise pigs was unable to afford to do it. There's some upfront costs with that. So we created a sponsorship program for him so that we would handle all the upfront costs, and then be reimbursed at the sale at the fair at the end. And so they do really well with the animals at the fair. So, but it allowed him to do it, whereas he wasn't going to be able to do it otherwise, because he had to purchase the pig, find the pig. We found him a pig. Purchase the pig and feed and all that kind of stuff. So it's been really cool to see him take that on.
Yeah. This is the Transition to Adult Living group. We love this group. They've been working with us pretty much since the beginning. They come out 2 times a week. A couple years they came out 4 times a week. They're a great group. They're super helpful and super fun, and we love working with them. And so we're trying to find other ways next year we could work with them that might be better for their group. Maybe doing some more face-to-face interaction with customers or some farm stand sales or something. We're not really sure, but we're going to try and work on those things next year.
And their program pays them to find work sites. You may know that. And sometimes they have difficulty finding flexibility in their work sites and for all their, various ability levels. And so that's some feedback we've gotten, is that it's a really good place for them. We see it and we love having them out. So. We just recently brought on a friend of ours who's an educator and a beekeeper. And so that's been sort of like something we've added to the program as we've done these field trip stuff. And so we thank you for, for being open-minded and for originating this partnership to begin with, making that land available to the incubator program. And so it's been an opportunity for us that we really appreciate, and we've been able to realize a lot of our mission through this partnership. So thank you.
We have one comment from Danny Langford.
First of all, I just think they're awesome. Good job. And I think it's such a great program that they're doing. As a former 4-H leader, 4-H'er myself, I know that ag is something we need to hold on to and cultivate, no pun intended. And thank you for all you guys do in supporting FFA and the animals. It's been a dying industry. I am concerned on part of it says community service graduation requirement fulfillment. Being that we're going to eliminate that, I believe, in the graduation requirements, I'm concerned, is that going to stop kids from going out? I really hope it doesn't. I really hope that it doesn't drop the program, because they're not going to be getting credit for that. And with everything going on with our budget issues, I'm concerned that the financial impact states refer to future MOU. Now, I hope that means that we're getting a grant or something to fund this program, because it definitely is an enriching program. So those are just some comments and questions. Thank you. Thank you guys again.
Do we have any board discussion or questions about Fiery Ginger, other than you are phenomenal? And,
thank you.
It's, seeing children hold the meat chickens is like,
So tonight's presentation is background to why you will be getting the new MOU, which would be for Fiery Ginger Farms rather than the Center for Land-Based Learning, and it is a 3-year lease request. There will be no cost to the school district. They are entirely self-supporting, although they do work with all 8 programs in the school district that they highlighted tonight. Babe.
And thank you for supporting our TAL. I was, I was at the Department of Rehab today, and it's such an important thing to give our adults with disabilities these opportunities that they don't often do. So I appreciate you thinking through what that means and how we can integrate them in employment and work opportunities. Yes, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Hi, thank you. I remember when this first came to us, and it was just a big lot, right, and weeds, and this is really, really special, because you could have come in and just done your own thing and, worked for yourselves, and it's pretty magical to see everything that you've done. And when I visited school sites and they say your name and they talk about the partnership that they have with you and how important you both are, and it's fun to look through here too and see our kids and recognize them, and I'm thinking right away of the conversations. One of our kids here, she hand feeds those chickens. I've watched her do it. And so I just want to thank you. It's really special, and experiences that our kids really need. And you've taken a space that was underutilized and turned it into something really magical. Thanks.
Trustee Alcala?
Just one quick question. I saw those wonderful, the 2 sheep you were talking about and the pig. Where are those housed?
Right on the farm.
Right on your farm. Where is that located?
Right behind Yellow High.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Behind the Scenes Center. Perfect. Thank you. All right. If there aren't any other questions, we're moving on to OFAR, Summary of the 1920 May Revision. Chris Mount Benitez.
And this will probably have a lot of comments.
We have 10 minutes until we extend the board meeting, and we haven't even taken action items yet.
I'm not quite sure. I won't say anything about that. The May revision was released a while ago. You all received a copy of the full-length May revision. In short, the May revision this year was fairly uneventful since the January proposed budget. The only impact that the district will see that's changed since the January governor's proposal is essentially that the COLA was reduced by 0.2%. Which means that overall revenues will be down just a touch, but our contributions to CalSTRS will also be down a touch if his proposal for an additional $1.5 billion in funding goes through. The majority of the action that we're actually going to see this year budgetarily is going to happen after we present and adopt the budget. So because I'm guessing it is a new governor and everybody's sort of getting their bearings, the biggest distance budgetarily that exists right now is between the May revision, which was, again, very close to the January proposal, and what the legislature is proposing. There is still quite a bit of distance between those two. The legislature is tending to project being more generous than the governor is at this point. However, even if all of the current items in the Assembly pass, they go to reconciliation June 15th. We will have already done our budget hearing at that point, and you will adopt on June 27th if you accept the budget, and we won't actually get those changes until after that, which means that if all of the Assembly proposed changes go in place, it sets us up for having to do a 45-day revise. So at this point, not a whole lot new, other than we will wait to see where the difference is between the governor's May revision and what the Assembly actually passes.
The Assembly?
And the Senate.
The legislature?
Legislature.
Senate staffer.
Yep.
Assembly staffer.
Former.
Former. Yes, so, yes, I appreciate that and know that it is what it is, and we will be looking forward to the 45-day budget from then. Hopefully, it'll be all good news, including a parity of investments in CalPERS, similar to STIRS, which will...
It's a nice proposal.
Which will, yes, which will give us different opportunities to invest in things like fire ginger and other things, so.
Great.
Looking forward to that discussion. Any other questions about the no news of May revise?
No, just looking forward to also our board governance discussions that we have that weave into the budget discussions.
Yeah, the only thing that I would, have to say is that it looks like the conference committee will be taking up additional monies for special ed, which could potentially help us. And I think that's probably going to be the major boost to us that we'll see out of it.
We'll see what comes out of the negotiations.
Yeah.
All right. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for the update. Moving on to action items. P1 is board action item on Government Code Section 48918, Student Discipline, case number 2018-19D. Does this have to be a roll call vote, Superintendent Luna? I do not recall. Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt the recommendation of the panel with suggested amendments?
So moved.
So trustee Alcala moves. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We got, action is approved. P2 is River City High School graduation requirements. Andy Parsons and Stan. And there is, just from earlier note, a request to actually not have action on this. So I just want to remind the board of that for later discussion.
Greetings, good night.
Greetings, good evening, good night.
Okay, so as we talked a little bit about this last time, you guys, thank you for hearing me out a couple of weeks ago. And one of the things I'd like to ask the board to consider something, a little bit of an amendment, if that's okay, to what we talked about last time. Given some of the feedback that I've been given, and I think it might be the best thing to table our community service learning portion of this. We would like everything else to go as is. However, we would like to table that off right now and give us a chance for about a year or to look back with our staff, get more feedback, look at our implementation, see if we can strengthen it. But I think a bigger reason is just to get more feedback on this issue and make sure that we're defining exactly what we want to do with it.
Okay. We do have a public comment from Mike Buse from WSTA. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if your presentation is over.
Good evening again.
Good evening again.
Well, my only comment is that as we consider looking at more stringent graduation requirements or However, these are modified, that we make sure that both special ed students and English learners are taken into account to make sure that there's a commensurate strengthening of their programs that will make the graduation more accessible to them as well.
So it's back for board discussion. Vice President Pizzotti, you look like you're teeing up a question.
Yeah, well, let me just tee up this. We need a motion to extend.
We have 5 minutes.
What?
Depends on what clock you
Not-
get.
my- My clock
Is it
says 10.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay.
10 exactly.
So moved to extend.
You have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Reluctant
We're extend. We had a mumble, yeah. We have an abstention?
No, I said reluctantly.
All right, continue.
I think the questions that we had before was, moving from 220 to 250, right? And then Dr. Parsons mentioned that he'd been at some places where it's 270. And, I guess my question will remain, when talking to staff that you've talked to already on this issue, where do they feel like the happy medium should be?
It's hard to know the exact medium. We are kind of in the medium. We are in a happy medium, I feel. So we're in the middle. 220 would be a low. 270 to 280 would be a high. We are kind of in that middle right now. I would like to also echo a little bit what Mr. Buse had said. We are now getting into a phase in our whole district where we are strengthening our MTSS. Mm-hmm. And I do believe we still have a lot of work to do in this area. And for me, we had a lot of discussion on our task force. We had EL teachers on the task force. We had special ed teachers on the task force. And we spent quite a bit of time talking about some of those things in our task force discussion. And that's one of the reasons we arrived at 250.
Clerk Jackson.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that you would like to table the discussion on the service learning, because that was actually something that had come up after the previous meeting, and that in discussions, and we had received some feedback from Mr. Stauffer, and reading some of the comments from your staff, and there was a lot of things that kind of resonated with me, and in fact, that I think that is something that's a very valuable part of the education process in West Sacramento. I think it's something that a lot of people value. I think the problem that from the comments that I read was that a lot of people see the value, but they think there needs to be some changes in the way that it's currently being implemented. Because I think there's ways that it can continue and be effective while also accommodating students who may find it a little bit more difficult to be able to meet that particular requirement. Just kind of as I was thinking about this week, is one some of the things that kind of came to mind for myself was, I'm walking around my daughter's school at Bridgeway. They have this lovely weed garden there that could be that could benefit greatly from community service and just ways just coming up with different ways where we can actually provide students with opportunities to be able to fulfill that requirement without them having to do the necessary legwork to try and find those things themselves. Because I think it is that it's something that it teaches valuable skills, and it's something that it should be. I think it should be continued in the graduation requirements. That being said, and refresh my memory, because I know it's been a long time since I've dealt with 4x4 block. It's probably been about 20 years, back when all the schools in Elk Grove were pretty much on 4x4s. But if I'm not mistaken, essentially what it's considered to be one semester of classwork is essentially considered to be a year's worth of credit for a particular subject, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So with that being, some of the things the concerns that I had was, well, what's going to be in place, increasing these numbers? What types of things are going to be in place to be able to help kids in, say, credit recovery? For example, because if a kid fails that first quarter or first half of that block schedule, they can't repeat that until the following year, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So are there going to be things in place that's going to be able to help students be able to recover those types of credits and things like that as those situations occur?
So yes, this year we really have stepped up our online credit recovery presence. So there's a lot of students that are doing that after school. So they're making up credits that way. We also still have our summer school component, and students can also, and they can do it either online or they can come in to make up credits, particularly in English and math, during summer school as well. But I think the most important thing is our overall multiple tiered systems of support and what we do in the classroom, and recognizing students and their needs, and making our curriculum not just more accessible, but differentiating in a stronger way. So that involves some training for our staff. That's one of the reasons I think that we really need to consider not maybe over jumping on what we're expecting on our requirements, because I think we are just kind of getting started in some of that as a district. We're still working our way toward that, and I think we need to let a cohort kind of go through, and then we're going to be able to better judge where we are, because I think some of those things that you mentioned just within the classroom itself need to be improved.
Right.
Or worked on. I think our teachers are doing they're doing a lot of great work with students, but we're all learning new things with MTSS.
One of the things that I remember in working at previous schools that were on the 4x4 block model back when in its early inception was that the problem that a lot of kids had were they were fulfilling some of the requirements for admissions to colleges, particularly the UC system, a little bit too early. So, for example, you have the requirement for 3 years of math, and I think that it was neglected that the math requirement had to be fulfilled after a certain period in time, and so then all of a sudden you have kids that are applying to the UC system, and they think they finished their math requirement by their junior year, only to come to find out that the math they took as a freshman doesn't necessarily count towards that requirement. And again, this was a long time ago, so things may have changed, but my concern would be making sure that those types of obstacles aren't popping up for our students, because I would hate to see that same thing kind of repeat itself, especially when there's been schools and districts that have already had to kind of maneuver that minefield a little bit.
I haven't seen that problem in terms of not being able to get into UC or CSU because of something they didn't take because they went too early. I haven't seen that come up at River City. We do have concerns about some of the students that do finish early and what their overall motivations are. That was one of the reasons we thought raising the requirements would be a good idea. Some of our students really take advantage of it, and they get started on things right away. A lot of them work, which is a very valid reason for some of them to finish. So, but I haven't had that problem where they had something didn't work out in their application because they graduated early.
Well, not that they graduated, they just fulfilled the
Or
requirement.
finished the requirements early, yeah.
Finished the requirement too early, because
Right.
part of the requirement is that they have to have 15 college prep courses, 11 of which need to be completed before their senior year. And then again, it's been over 15 years since the last time I had to evaluate a transcript for admissions to a UC, which I did quite a bit when I was coaching football. But I know that there's some issues that could arise just because, like I said, so if you take certain classes, particularly like a laboratory science as a freshman, with the way that the freshman classes are counted or not counted, sometimes it could leave kids a semester short or something like that when it comes to apply. Again, this was years ago. I'm not sure if it's changed. I could probably check with my wife. My wife, she deals with that more now than I do. But that's a concern that I would have. But then the other thing is too, is just making sure that all of our requirements are, so I know that when at the last board meeting, we had discussed, there was something about the math requirement where the kids hadn't, that we didn't have, or something, I forget exactly what it was, but in regards to.
So I think what it was is, if I'm not mistaken, is we've raised that requirement prior, or currently, students have to finish integrated 1, which was the equivalent to just about Algebra 1 was in many other schools. Right now, we're asking that you approve us that students have to get through integrated 2.
Okay, so that's the requirement. So the requirements then are as far as the actual classes, or the actual the types of classes for UC admissions. For example, the 2 years of history, the 4 years of English, math, 3 years of math.
So UC A through G requirements ask students that they go through integrated 3, and that's what we recommend for all our students. Our grad requirements that we're proposing to you fall somewhat short of, just barely short of that, but they're raised from our current level. We're asking it to go through integrated 2. I did a little research. Most districts that I saw, that I looked at, their requirement was integrated 1 or Algebra 1. That was most of them, that they had that requirement, that their students had to get through that. There were several districts, though, that are doing what we're proposing to you, is they went through integrated 2. I didn't find one with integrated 3. Not to say there isn't. There may be. It's just the schools that I looked at, which were a considerable amount of here in Sacramento area. I didn't find one that went that high. And so again, I think it goes back to that discussion we had earlier. I think we need to really look at our MTSS, and then we can better assess it after this cohort goes through. And maybe we find that maybe we want to do that, because that is our recommendation. But putting it as a hard requirement, I do have some caution about that right now, until we get our MTSS lined up the way that I think we potentially can.
Okay.
Integrated 3 is the equivalent of trigonometry, is that what I'm understanding?
Algebra 2, I think, would probably be the closest thing in that,
trigonometry, okay.
to that traditional language, yeah.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez? And then Trustee Alcala?
Yes, I wasn't in person in the last meeting, and so it was a little hard to listen. I was at science camp, but I appreciated the dialogue. I could hear about service learning, and that my board colleagues brought up there how important that was. I appreciate your recommendation tonight, and I want to thank you for the work of the task force and that everyone has done. And so I look forward to hearing whether you call it a task force or a service learning committee or whatever that looks like. I look forward to hearing a plan coming back to us regarding service learning, and I feel comfortable moving forward with that.
Thank you.
Trustee Alcala?
Thank you. Mr. Moisich, you talked about online. Would that be some of the digital badges that they could earn during community hours?
That's a different subject. So what we're talking about are classes. If a student, for example, maybe fails something like world history, I'll just use that as an example. So they failed their world history class. They're into their junior year. World history is usually taken as a sophomore. They're into their junior year. There's other things they want to take that they're required. Also, they have some electives they want to stay with because that's a pathway that's very important to them. What they can do is they can take that world history class online. We have a program that students can take that online, and they can do part of the work at home. They have to do some of it at school because some of there's certain tests and things they have to do at school, but they can do a lot of the regular work at home as long as they have access to an online system.
Okay, very good. And I guess my other question is, so for community service hours that you've been talking about, what some of those digital badges?
We haven't linked our digital badges with community service, but I like the thinking though, because we are looking to go more into a performance-based. That was part of the desire of wanting to change that requirement in the first place. We all know that service to the community is very important. We're just looking for a way to do that more effective. I think the board's very aware. I think it was brought up tonight, the Home Run Initiative. It was brought up somewhere. We have 32 students in our district, at our high school, that are going to be doing internships this summer at different businesses and in our district as well. And digital badges, it's still kind of, in my mind, it still hasn't really formed up very well. I think there's a lot of work to do there, but and not just information for our staff, but also to our students, most importantly. But there's a lot of things that we're hoping that we can encourage where they take these jobs. A lot of our kids have jobs through work experience, and they get certain skills, and then they can complete these badges. And so that's still forming, I would have to say. But I like the thinking.
Well, I appreciate you taking my comments to heart and rethinking and bringing together the task force about how to better implement service learning, because that was me making most of the comments last time, so I appreciate that.
It looks like I got everyone's attention.
You got mine, you had mine, you had mine when you eliminated it in
My
the first
staff,
place.
you, everybody. Okay.
Yes, when you had it eliminated in the first place. So
All right.
I appreciate that, and appreciate folks digesting it a little bit more. And so Clerk Jackson said he has one more question.
Sure.
One thing that I'm going over this again real quick is that that's out of alignment with the A through G requirement is the fact that that the proposal has just having the 10 credits of VAPA and then 10 for foreign language.
20 for foreign language.
Well, on the thing it says for the performing arts, 1 is the proposed, the current is 10 or 10 world language.
Yeah, that's the current world language.
I know.
Yeah.
But even the proposed still only has 1.
It should be 2.
Yeah, well, on the original performing
Okay.
arts, it has 1. So I'm just
Yeah,
want to make sure.
so thank you for clarifying. It should be 2. It should be 2 years.
Yeah, so the foreign language then should be 2.
Should be.
Okay, yeah, because right now, foreign language is, here it is, world language. Okay, I see that. Okay. You threw me off with the world language instead of foreign language. I'm old school. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I see that. They're right, you're right. You are correct, that it is there. Okay, I misread it. Thank you.
No worries.
It's late. Any other discussion? So I know, Clerk Jackson, you made the motion to table, but now with the new tabling of service learning, do you have a different request?
Well, I'm just my curiosity would be, is there a pressing need to approve these right now?
I say yes. I would say yes, there is, because we're going to be, we're talking about, again, we want to make sure we clarify, we're talking about the graduating class of 2023.
Correct.
So our current students now will still go through the requirements as they were, but I think if we delayed any further, we'd probably be moving this off another year. And, my staff has waited 10 years to get these graduation requirements raised. And like, as I mentioned before, with the data I took from my staff, 80% of them were really wanting to have these requirements raised. So my recommendation to you is that we move forward, knowing that in the future, as new legislation appears and things like that, we may have to adapt again.
My only concern about moving forward now is that with the current recommendation still is to eliminate the service learning.
He just amended the action today.
Yeah, we're not, what I asked you to do is to take that off
He took it
and
off,
keep
yeah.
everything
And
else
we
on
haven't
as
adopted.
is.
So we have to agree to that. So what's
Yeah.
before us is what's in our board agenda. So
Right.
that's what you're recommending to us. So we have to take that action to remove it.
Okay.
The motion would be to amend to have the
But the
service
original
learning-
motion is on Clerk Jackson because he had.
Right.
So I'm going to put it in. So do you approve?
No,
Okay.
service learning would not be there if you just. Okay, so no service learning. No, what I said earlier was we're going to keep the service learning as is for now until we can go back and find out some more information. Everything else that I'd recommended stays the same. The 250 and all the things that we listed. So we would still, the service learning requirement would stay in effect.
Okay.
It would not change.
So Clerk Jackson, do you want to make that motion to?
Well, yeah, then I would go ahead and make the motion then that we approve the proposed changes with leaving in the service learning requirement as it currently stands, as you guys form the task force and get that whole issue worked out.
All right, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Passes.
And this really is good night.
This is. Good night. Oh, I don't know. You're welcome. P3, I'm glad. So P3, approval of revisions to 1999 and 2016 job description. Certificated Director to Student and Family Support Services. Superintendent Luna.
Thank you, President Wong, Board of Trustees. Before you on item P3, we have revisions brought to job descriptions. As you know, in human resources, one of our responsibilities is to each year review job descriptions and bring forward with current language or any changes. So in this particular job description, job position already exists. Certificated Director 2, Student and Family Support Services. What we're proposing for the change and revisions is redlined and track changed for the board to review. If I could just maybe highlight some of the major changes maybe to this actual job description, and then it would kind of bring your eye to that. One change is on the directly responsible to. I've added myself, the superintendent, or whoever serves as superintendent, or the assistant superintendent of educational services, and it makes it, because in the next item, P3, you'll see why I've added another person there, just in case of depending on each year's of the caseload.
P4, you mean?
I mean,
We're
P4,
on
thank
P3.
you, thank you. In terms of this particular job description, what we've done is looked at the 1999 language and also the 2016 language to try to blend what is current in terms of the current practices, current language such as multi-tiered systems of support. Also, we have instituted quite a bit of a support system in our district having to do with social workers, outreach specialists. While that current system exists, it will not exist the same as it for next year. In other words, some of those positions are still going to be in the district, but they will be assigned specifically to school sites so that they are permanently at school sites. So social workers are currently assigned to 2 schools. Will they stay at the 2 schools then, instead of going back and forth? And the principals will then be evaluating them because they will be there on a daily basis. And it makes much more sense because then they're in that day-to-day work with the site administration. And that would be the same with the outreach specialists. One of the major changes in here is, of course, to add and oversee the alternative education programs of the district. And currently, that would be Yolo High School. And with the budget changes, we needed to reduce administrative positions. Is this permanent? I don't know the answer to that. I think when the board has the discussions about what the priorities are, my suspicion, I've heard a lot of feedback about, does Yolo High School need its own administrator like it currently has, so that the Director of Student and Family Support Services can be more available and flexible across the district. We made that recommendation to the board so that we could reduce administrative positions and cutting the budget. When we look at other programs as they shape into next year and better meeting the needs of students, that may change. But for right now, what we have planned is for this Director of Student and Family Support Services to oversee Yolo High School. The other changes have to do with general knowledge, skills, and abilities. I think when I first came on board, we discussed with the board members at the time regarding what qualifications should a director have. Whether I'm old school or just, from just old practice, my feeling is district office level administration should have walked the shoes and walked the journey of those that they need to support. So if a director is going to support a principal, they must know what it's like to serve and be in that principal role. And if they're going to support teachers in the classroom, they should have walked the journey and in the shoes of a teacher so that they know how to support the classroom. That's just my personal preference, my belief in leadership. And so that is also reflected in this director job description. So those are the two major changes. The other things have to do with the simple physical abilities, which have to do with risk management, which many of our job descriptions lack if they are older and out of date. So as we look at these and update them, we add those components to it.
Ms. Danny Langford, there's a public comment.
I have concerns over these changes, and some comments. It's interesting that these changes were made because isn't this how it was before? These positions were previously directors. So it seems like this is happening a lot. And why is the superintendent switching these positions back and forth from assistant supes to directors? Also, I have huge concerns with, as I've commented before, the person in charge of student and family support service, sorry, I'm turning into a pumpkin like you guys do after 10, has to discipline a student like what happened tonight. They have to go into that closed session with you guys. They have to function as a principal. Do they have to be on the SAR board also? I mean, it's so many conflicts. That's a concern with having this person as YOLO's principal also. And I've been around long enough to know YOLO does need intensive care a lot of times by a principal. So just a couple of comments. Thank you.
Board discussion?
Yes, I'd like to ask Superintendent.
Trustee Alcala?
Thank you. Superintendent Luna, it does raise a few concerns. Could there be a conflict?
No, there is no conflict.
With perhaps someone having a problem with a due process?
No, there is no conflict. Our current director of Student and Family Support Services does not serve on the hearing panel. He facilitates the process. The hearing panel is the one that makes the recommendations to the Board of Trustees in an expulsion hearing. So there is no conflict because currently Jerry Smith, serving in this capacity, does not make any decisions for expulsions. It is the site administration and then the administrative hearing, the panels that are serving to make these decisions and recommendations to the board. In terms of SARBs and SARCs, this particular director, Jerry Smith, works every single month with our district attorney's office on truancy. We also have homeschool liaisons that work on our absences and our truancy, and that's what they're hired to do. Jerry Smith is just a facilitator to make sure that people have the resources that they have and are assigned accordingly. There is no conflict.
I guess my next question is, so they would be principal over the alternative ed program?
We're not calling him this particular position a principal. It's an administrator that will supervise and oversee the program, yes.
Okay, very good. And of course, it doesn't include adult ed, it's just simply?
No,
okay.
It does not. Thank you for clarifying that. And just for clarity also, this particular position already exists exactly as the title stands.
Thank you for the clarification. Seeing, okay, there are no other questions. Vice President Pizzotti moves.
I'm sorry, President Wong, I can't hear, sorry.
Seeing that there are no other questions, Vice President Pizzotti moves. Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Clerk Jackson seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
I believe that was everybody as aye. Motion passes. P4, approval of revised 2011 job description, certificated director 2, curriculum instruction and professional learning.
Thank you, President Wong and Board of Trustees. In this particular revision of a job description, this is a major change. So when I first came on board, My first year was reviewing and assessing the Department of Human Resources. And as you recall, I served as the Human Resources position for at least half of a year in my first year. Did an assessment, made some changes, put some things in place that were lacking and missing. My second year was in educational services. And in that year, while being in the first year, what we saw was a lack of focus on teaching and learning and the lack of support systems for teaching and learning in the area of educational services. That being said, we had an assistant superintendent and we had a director, yet we still had no systems in place, and those two positions existed throughout this whole time in Washington Unified. So to ramp up the new standards, the new accountability system, the new dashboard, what I brought to the board was a reorganization of educational services. And I received a lot of criticism for it because it was not traditional. Well, we needed a non-traditional answer to address systems being put in place to help our classrooms and bring better support to our teachers. And that reorganization was hiring an assistant superintendent of educational services focused on preschool through 8th grade, and keeping the second assistant superintendent and making it a focus on 6th grade through 12th grade. We needed it. Our middle school of grades 6 through 8 were failing. They were failing. They had no new curriculum. We were using 1999 curriculum in the year 2015. We needed major overhaul and major change. So for 3 years, Assistant Superintendents Lee and Parsons have done just that. We have standards-aligned curriculum in language arts and math, and I believe social studies coming. We just did social studies, is that correct? It's coming. We have put in a multi-tiered system of support. You see, this district didn't even do RTI, so we even lost that time of RTI in our district. So to put in MTSS was a brand new concept for a systematic approach. We couldn't even take what other school districts did of RTI, of response to intervention, and reshuffle that into MTSS. We didn't even have that. So we now have MTSS in place. We now have early literacy systems in place, meaning now we are addressing intervention in kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade. See, because we had our intervention specialists doing intervention from 4th through 8th grade only. We never addressed kindergarten through 3rd grade intervention. So we basically created a cycle all those years of failure and keeping kids in intervention, not only to mention how could an 8th grade student who had been in intervention for all those years, pulled away from their classroom language arts time, put into intervention, and then be ready for 9th grade core English? They weren't. And that explains why River City High School had almost 300 English learners that were in life English learner category in our district because they could not reclassify out before leaving 8th grade. That's why we made the change. And I thank the board members who were here that supported that change. And now we're so happy for Assistant Superintendent Lee on her promotion and her growth in her career to help more and help others. So do we need that position now as an assistant superintendent level? I'm bringing to the board not the reorganizational plan yet, but with this job description, I am recommending that we go back to a director position because we can't add more. We have enough to last us for the next few years to make the changes we need to make. I think by doing that, it's also prudent. It's saving the district $26,000 each year. It's still going to help our classrooms and our schools by not adding more and new programs. We have standards-aligned curriculum. We have our teachers generating the units of study using the curriculum. We have our schools now implementing multi-tiered systems of support, and we should not add anything more new except one thing, and that one thing is going to be training across the district regarding restorative practices and restorative justice discourse, and that's going to be a multi-year plan. That is the only thing coming new, because we have now the systems we should be putting in place. So that's why I'm moving to move this position back to a director. It'll be a director two position because it's going to handle a lot of programs and a lot of responsibility. So we also, two other things that we did in restructuring with both Assistant Superintendents Lee and Parsons is we reorganized our preschool. You know the condition that our preschool program was in with the state of California. We now are humming. We are back into highly qualified preschool programs back home in their neighborhood schools, and that took a lot of lifting. We also put in professional learning. Now, all the teachers and our classified staff and administration are fully involved in professional learning on a consistent basis. Before, none of our classified staff received any professional learning. Our administration had absolutely no coaching. So those things are in place now, and we're better for it. And so that's why I think we don't need two assistant superintendents of educational services at this time, moving forward. We have systems in place. So that being said, taking the job description of 2011, you see the track changes in the job description. It needed to be brought up to date because it had Casey on there, which was let go quite a while ago. It also had STAR testing on there. It still talks about BITSA. We don't have BITSA. It's induction now. So we just put the language up to date with current policies and regulations of education today.
Great. There is a public comment. If you are done with your presentation, Superintendent Luna?
Yes, I am.
Danny Langford.
My comments tied into this because it was for both positions, basically.
Okay. Trustee Alcala has some questions.
I do have
Superintendent
some
Luna?
questions. Thank you, Superintendent Luna. 26,000 it's a good savings. I mean, is it really going to make a huge effect on that 3 million we're trying to cut?
No, 26,000 doesn't. If the board would like to keep the assistant superintendent position, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to pile on more work to a position. I'm just trying to be prudent and sensitive right now.
No, I understand. These are questions that
I'm
need to
just
be
trying.
asked.
Yeah,
So
thank you
they
so
can be
much.
answered, sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Second question. So most districts, Amber's done a fabulous, outstanding job of, putting the programs
she
in place. We
has.
all know that. I guess since there's in place now, most districts only have one superintendent of education. Would it not be possible, since everything's in place and it's going real smoothly, to just incorporate it now into the superintendent of education, assistant superintendent of education, and just...
You mean only have one position to support all the schools? Oh, I really would not recommend that in the current condition of our district. We're just starting. Our job now is to implement the systems. One person to make sure that all of the schools are implementing with fidelity and getting the supports that they need. I would not recommend that. I would, if we had to go that route, I would make that part of my job and forego some other duties. We would have to talk about my responsibilities. I definitely am not recommending that.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, you had some questions, and then Vice President Pizzotti.
Thank you, and thank you for really going through this and talking through it, especially since I know that this is very timely, since we didn't have a discussion on this. This came with circumstances of Assistant Superintendent Amber Lee having a promotion, and congratulations to her. And so, and with that, I understand the importance of really wanting to make sure that we get some good people in there. This is when everybody's applying for positions. I'll put one more thing on their plate, science. We do need science curriculum. And then when I look at all this, there's so many good things happening. And I just think about stability and how, if maybe, what will the process look like for a transition for when this person comes on, like onboarding in terms of all of these programs that are here, if we have our assistant superintendent leaving, and I'm just wondering about that transition or what you foresee, and I know part of that depends on who applies and what that looks
Right.
like.
I think that's a really important question because we need transition time. So the previous job description on P3 regarding the student support services position, Jerry Smith is working to the end of July. And so there will be time because usually an employee, certificated employee starts July 1st. So there's a month in there of transition, and I'm grateful for Jerry on that. In terms of Assistant Superintendent Lee, her contract begins July 1st. And what we usually do as superintendents is we usually negotiate days, switch off days when we can use transition time. So what we would do is try to have her work a couple days to do transition here and give back days, like maybe have her do, like to, have her, if she has to fill positions in her new job, in her new city, then we would maybe have her work a day this year and then have her give us a day in July to do a transition. So that's pretty standard practice in trading days. I know that Assistant Superintendent Lee has offered her unequivocal support to whoever is coming in. And I am actually playing an important role in the transition and setting the expectations, defining the role. And so that's why you also see on the job description, it says directly responsible to superintendent or assistant superintendent of ed services.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Yeah, I'd just make the comment that $26,000 could be a campus aide or a couple of part-time crossing guards, or maybe some MOT staff, or contributing to part of the salary of an MOT staff or teacher salary. So I think it's every dollar that we save is good. So I would make that comment. And in addition, I do want to say thank you to Amber and Jerry for the time they've served here. They've been really a great benefit to our district, and I can say nothing more that you've helped me learn a lot more about educational services, especially at the lower grade levels. And with that, I would make a motion to approve.
Clerk Jackson had a comment before.
Okay.
You're foregoing the clerk. Okay. Okay, so Clerk Jackson no longer has a questions. Vice President Pizzotti moves. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
So motion passes.
One abstention.
And one abstention. Okay, motion still carries. All right. P5, Lighthouse Charter School Memorandum MOU, Addendum Number 1. And I know we've been waiting on this for a little bit, and I suppose we can't take up both at the same time, but go ahead.
Okay.
Both charter school MOUs.
Yeah, so I've been working with our legal counsel, Mr. Schutz, and so it's on P5. This is regarding the Lighthouse Charter School addendum to the MOU. There are two areas that are addressed in this addendum. The first is they have passed this addendum with the Lighthouse Charter School Board, River Delta Charters, I believe it's
Mhm,
called.
yes.
They have revised their board composition per the board's request. Secondly, they have added language into the MOU in regarding identifying school site and community resources for LGBTQ pupils, as well as strategies to increase support for LGBTQ pupils and thereby improve overall school climate.
We have a public comment. Ms. Danny Langford. Okay. Any questions? I know Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
No, I appreciate the changes that we had talked about, and in the future, I know we're not going to be doing this for a while. I do appreciate when they all come together, so that we know that that these really will make it in here. So I'm glad that they did, since we didn't have full assurances. So thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Yeah, and while I didn't support their renewal, I am pleased to see that they accepted Trustee Kirby Gonzalez's amendments and to their charter and the LGBTQ language as requested. So again,
By Trustee Alcala. Yep. Great. So thank you for all the hard work on this. I know that it's been a long time coming, and do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. P6, Sacramento Valley Charter School MOU.
Thank you, President Wong. So this MOU had a few changes that were requested by the board. 3, parent representation on the board, LGBTQ support, and special education costs. So in addressing the parent representation on the board, we have gone back and forth with Sacramento Valley Charter, trying to ensure that a parent from West Sacramento would be serving on their board. And so you see on the MOU attached on pages 12 through 13, the language that was added in there has to do with effort, that they will need to report to the board on an annual basis on or around March 1st each year at a board meeting to the board regarding their efforts of having a West Sacramentan parent on their actual board.
And for public comment, I want to just say how shocking it was to me at this meeting to hear of the initial, when the petition came to us, of how few students from West Sacramento were there, and that no student, no families connected to the school were serving on the board. And just for the record, I want to restate again how shocking it was to have been told that some of the board members were very active in the church, because that shouldn't have even been a conversation that came up there. And so I remain concerned about those conversations that came up. I'm glad that this says that they'll be reporting back to us annually.
And the recommendation from our legal counsel is on this annual update to the board at a regularly scheduled board meeting. That is when we would ensure what their process has been, who their current board members are at the time of the presentation to the board, and then hold further conversations regarding that. That was as far as we could get in our negotiations. Which then, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, leads to the next part of the special education costs. Because as you know, Sacramento Valley Charter has hundreds of students in it, but very few from West Sacramento. Yet, we provide the special education services, and that means that we are responsible for the costs of special education services to students who do not live in West Sacramento. So if a student, they have a lot of students from Antelope area, Elk Grove area. Every morning when I commute to work, I see the bus leaving Elk Grove. Any students identified like in Elk Grove, we are paying out of our own budget regarding the special education costs, any of the differential that they do not pay. So we wanted to address the special education costs in this new petition and this new MOU. Our language in there has been reviewed by our Chief Business Official, Chris Mount Benitez, and Assistant Superintendent Andy Parsons in regards to our responsibility. It now limits our district's responsibility to excess costs of Sac Valley Charter students who reside outside of Washington Unified boundaries in terms of excess costs of special education services. So the other thing that we will be monitoring on a regular basis with Chief Business Official Mount Benitez here is that they pay their bills on time for special education, as they have not been in the past.
Okay, great.
So the LGBTQ support language is exactly as what Lighthouse Charter put in their MOU, so it's exactly the same language.
Trustee Alcala and then Vice President Pizzotti.
I just have a question. Differential. Could you explain that?
Maybe, Chris, could you help explain how we have set up for Sac Valley Charter to pay for special education costs and what that excess amount could entail?
And just as a caveat, it doesn't apply, of course, to Lighthouse any longer because they've declared themselves their own LEA and joined a separate SELPA. So specifically for Sacramento Valley Charter, essentially how that process works is as they engage services for students, we determine whether the student is a resident of West Sacramento. If they are not, then any money that we don't receive to support that service to the LEA, that's, in other words, if it's not covered by the special ed money that we receive for that student, then they owe us for any addition over that money. So we're no longer paying to supplement students that would not be in the district in the first place, because that could be seen as taking away from resources for students that live in West Sacramento.
So Chris, how much does that cost us, like, in 1 year?
Oh, goodness. So, for example, this year, there was a significant concern from Sacramento Valley because that cost escalated by about $250,000. And they have to pay it net 30 now. They were behind about 8 months, and so we were also supplementing their general fund by letting them have us finance it.
Okay.
So we've fixed that. The concern and the reason that it took so long to get this MOU signed, in my opinion, and having worked through this with them, and they're very reasonable, they're not being unreasonable, but they weren't aware how quickly special education costs escalate. And when we're saying we will be more responsible for students that reside in our LEA, but if you're going to bring them in, then you're going to be responsible for the overage, they very quickly saw how much that could cost. Now, what that will do to them providing service, it should do nothing, because legally they still have to provide that service. So they can't say, well, we aren't going to provide the service because you don't live here, so it's going to cost us more. They still legally have to provide that, and we're monitoring through that because that's also part of the agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, if they don't pay their bills on time to us, then effectively we are supplementing their general fund, correct?
Correct. And what
And what has been happening in the past? Like, how far behind are they?
they were allowed, the business services allowed them a 6 to 9 month grace period. And
Very
we are,
generous.
and we're saying 30 days, I believe.
It's now owed net 30, or we start
Yeah.
to charge interest. So they weren't doing that out of any negative intent. It was just never defined for them. The problem that created for us was the perception that because they're such a small charter, they were essentially having cash flow issues, and they were avoiding those cash flow issues by deferring the payments to us and using that flexibility to make their own payroll. And so we've put a stop to that. They've caught up.
That would have been great to know at the time of the renewal.
Well, yeah.
It would not have hindered you from passing.
I was going to say,
the
It
petition.
certainly seems like it. Their financial status does actually.
But our oversight and implementation, because they were within the rules, so we put the net 30 in the new MOU.
Gotcha. So that, so.
Previously, it was,
So that wasn't in place, so.
previously, it was just.
It was our error for not including an MOU that said they
Correct.
had to pay their bills on time.
Correct.
That would just have been just normal business.
You
So-
would have think that's
Correct.
normal
So-
common sense.
So when I
but,
got
you
here,
know.
we put them on a payment plan, and then I insisted that it be added to the MOU.
Okay.
So are they current with their
Yes.
payments?
They are.
Yes, they
Okay,
they
good.
are.
The other thing I have trouble with is the word effort. If the authorizer, if you're going to open a school in a certain district where the authorizer has responsibility, you would think you would have to do a little bit better than "we'll make an effort." So I'm a little concerned by that language, and I would prefer that we negotiate a little bit further and try and get that language whittled down to something a little more concrete than an effort. So I guess my question is, if we pass this MOU, is there a possibility for an addendum to the MOU in which we can require them to do better than an effort?
In which regard?
In the composition of the board.
Of the
you can
board, right.
always-
I'm sorry,
You
right.
can always make a change or a revision or an addendum. You can always do that, especially after the yearly update to the board. So let's say in a scenario in March 2020, when they come and make the presentation to the board and the composition of their board has not changed at all, then we want to know what their efforts have been to get a West Sacramento parent of a student of that school on the board. And if they cannot show evidence of any efforts, then that's when the board could consider changing the language to be a little bit harder than the word effort. I will say that there are things that I think that our district needs to pay attention to in terms of this particular charter. I understand that the composition of the board is important to the board. For the staff and the administration in oversight of this charter, our concern is access to their business. They have not been, they now have to follow the Brown Act. They now have to follow public access to all of their meetings. They now have to follow all the postings and the legal postings. They now have to follow that they cannot place a student back in Washington Unified because they are special education students. They now have to follow our regulations that we have put forth here. For the administration, that's extremely important because that is actually about the renewal of the petition.
Right, so my reason for abstaining on that vote was that I was worried that they're balancing their books on the back of teachers. And it is very clear that they are by the lack of pay and the years of service, meaning they're cycling through them fairly regularly. Also, now it comes to find out that we're subsidizing them. So.
We were subsidizing.
We were. Right. So, I mean, I'm still very concerned. I would love to have a community member from West Sacramento be a part of that board. And I would say we hold off on voting until we get some more firm language to go forward.
That's heard. What are other folks' opinion on holding up this MOU for stronger language, which we may not get, and spend more attorney hours on this? Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez, any other discussion?
I mean, I've said all along, I think once you go through, we really don't have very much leverage, the truth is, when it comes to charter schools and petitions. And
But
so
we
I think
certainly
that
don't have leverage with
the win
most
here
MOUs.
is the special education is the win. The funding is the win. And we were very clear. They weren't even, I called and asked when they were going to post a board meeting, and they said, oh, just keep calling back. And I mean, so these are big wins in terms of how they operate. how they work and the special education. I'm not very happy about the board composition, but knowing that they come back in 1 year, then I would be willing to, revisit that and see what it looks like. But I think regarding everything else, I'm.
Trustee Alcala?
I agree. I mean, we now have that MOU. We found out what the problem was, and I'm ready to vote on it.
Okay. Any other comments? I think I'm ready to vote on this too. I think the effort language is not a hill to die on. So with that said, is there a motion to approve? I move to approve the MOU because there's 14 other action items that we need to go through. I need a second here.
I will regretfully second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All not in favor?
I'll abstain.
Abstention. Motion carries. All right. So we are on action item P7. Again,
Thank you,
we have.
Board.
Oh, no, P7 is approval of the adoption of Resolution 18-1930 for the leaseback contract with Carter Kelly Incorporated for the construction of Fallbrook Westmore Oaks Homecoming Project. Chris Mount Benitez.
With, like I said, I'm bringing all the staff in tonight. So Angie Nichols is with us this evening. Angie is, of course, our entire facilities department. So she does a yeoman's work with all the work we've been doing this year. So she has a number of items on this evening, and she's here to answer any questions that you might have along with myself. So this is the approval and adoption of Resolution 18-1930 for the leaseback contract. So we have gone through the process that we described in the rationale, as well as the attachments, of selecting a contractor to do a leaseback with the Fallbrook campus to rebuild and add on to the former Westmore Oaks campus, to return Westmore Oaks to its original campus as a K-8 school. And so with your approval of this, it allows them to then go out to bid to bring back the not-to-exceed bid to complete all that work. Because in the lease back, they actually take possession of the campus, give you a fixed price to deliver everything that's in the design, so that there's much more cost control. And the reason that we're doing this rather than a design bid build is so that we have that control, because this will take the remainder of the Measure V funds. So we don't have a lot of wiggle room, in other words.
Okay. We have a public comment. Ms. Danny Langford.
So at the Bond Oversight Committee meetings, because I've gone to most of them, Chris talked about this a little bit, and I have concerns about us losing some of our control, because we did lease back with Stonegate and parts of the high school. And none of you guys were around, but trust me, I was at every one of those meetings. And of course, we did not have him at the helm, which makes a huge difference. Trust me on that one. But I'm concerned. I just don't want us losing that control. I don't want it, the first rain at the new campus, to flood all of the classrooms, because the gutters are filled with concrete like it was at Stonegate and the second floors of most of the high school. Just, there was a lot of things that lost control. And as far as the guaranteed maximum price, we were there, been there, done that kind of thing, because the change orders that came in from Turner were ridiculous and they were crazy. And the guaranteed maximum price went through the roof. Obviously, we're still paying on those budget overruns that happened for both of those campuses, especially the high school. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Does the board have some questions?
Motion to approve.
No questions. There's a motion to approve from Vice President Pizzotti. Do I have a second? Someone's got a second.
I don't have any questions.
Okay with a second.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Anybody abstain? Motion
Thank you.
carries. You're welcome. Stay up here for a quick second. P8, Approval of the, resolutions, I'm sorry, that was a roll call vote, because it's a resolution.
It is a
so
resolution. Thank
I
you.
will go back. Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Clerk Jackson?
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Still passes.
Thank you. P8 is also a resolution, and the reason for this being a resolution is it's a piggyback contract. A piggyback contract allows us to access an extensive bid process conducted by another public entity to get best pricing for the district. And so we are actually using a piggyback contract to procure the video surveillance cameras for the Bright Phase 2 construction. So this was approved as part of the scope of construction, but we are using the piggyback to procure these at the best rate possible, which is why it requires a resolution.
Just
Any
a quick
questions?
question.
Trustee
Are they going to
Alcala?
be inside and outside the cameras?
Yes.
Surveillance?
Any other questions? Do I have?
Yeah,
one?
what's the piggyback?
Yeah.
So the piggyback is actually attached this evening in the attachments for you, but what a piggyback is when a public entity goes out and does an extensive bidding process for a specific type of equipment or service, then other public entities are allowed to take advantage of that economy of scale, especially if it was done by a really large entity. They can get much better pricing by leveraging that. And so we might not get the same deal because we're a smaller district, so we can latch on to that within a certain time frame and take advantage of that pricing.
So when we've done these in the past, we have not done a resolution, and so that is the reasoning that you're saying is because it's a piggyback?
Yes, anytime we do a piggyback, we should be bringing it to the board so that we are making you aware that we are bypassing the normal bidding process to access better pricing because of a pre-existing process that's already occurred. And so you're doing it as a resolution so that you acknowledge that we are bypassing the traditional process to do that.
Okay, it's not
Thank
going
you.
out to bid?
Correct, because it's
Okay.
already gone out to bid.
Okay.
All right, excellent. Any other questions? Vice President Pizzotti, motion to approve, is there a second?
Second.
Clerk Jackson, second. Roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
Clerk Jackson?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
And I too vote aye.
Thank you.
It's adopted. P9, approval of the adoption of Resolution 18-1932, certification of signatures.
This is the annual certification of signatures for the next school year. Of course, we have to get this done. And this is basically to make sure that all of your executives in the district are certified to sign for whatever documents they're allowed to. So for example, for myself, it's your contracts, your legal, same thing for Superintendent Luna, for your assistant superintendents to enter into agreements and MOUs with various vendors or consultants.
Do I have questions?
Just one. On Amber
Trustee
Lee.
Alcala?
I was just going to ask, Amber Lee's still listed on there? So
Until she's no longer with
July,
us.
And
right.
until she's not on there.
Okay.
Yep.
She's listed until she's not.
Until
That's
you come back
correct.
for an amendment? Okay.
So once she's gone, not that we're trying to push you out the door, but once she's gone.
No, we're not.
Just so she's not buying stuff for Auburn.
On our credit card.
This then comes back to be amended, is that correct?
No, but you can rest assured that everything will be canceled the day that she's gone.
Canceled.
Credit card included, not a problem.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, this is also a roll, I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Clerk Jackson?
Aye.
I vote aye. Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
And Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
Thank you.
Resolution is adopted.
The
You
next
get another
resolution. We have resolutions tonight. This is also timely. P10 is the approval of Resolution 18-1933. This is for classroom furniture procurement for Bright Phase 2. You'll notice that the cost of this one, the reason this is a resolution, it is also a piggyback contract. However, it is a piggyback contract that's been conducted this year so that we can access the furniture that was already adopted as the standard for secondary for our district. So we are taking advantage of better pricing that was obtained for the stuff that we've already identified as being the standard for secondary spots. Now, you'll see that the price is still lower than it would be typically to furnish half of a secondary school, and the reason for that is recognizing what we were going through budgetarily, we asked the administrators involved, as well as Terry Sousa and his staff, to identify furniture that is still in good condition, that meets our current standard, that was being underutilized throughout the district, to furnish it, and they came up with the majority of that furniture, so that we are only furnishing new, three of the 7 new classrooms.
Okay, great. Questions? I have a motion.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. I vote aye. Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
Clerk Jackson?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Resolution is adopted.
Thank you. And for this next resolution, I'm going to have Carrie come back up.
Carrie Pina.
P11 is the approval of an increase for the 1920 school year lunch prices. And Carrie is here because she wants to explain to you why they are going up in the amount that they are for the 1920 school year.
Okay.
Thank you again for your time. We went through a federal and state review back in March. As a part of, thank you, I'm short.
Your height
As a
challenge.
part of the review, it was notated that the paid lunch equity tool that I used was outdated. And in doing so, it gave me a wrong weighted average. So the weighted average should have gone up over the last 2 years. I apologize. I've made corrections. That is the reason why we are seeking such a larger increase in the paid meal prices.
But it's still $3 for lunch.
Yeah.
To put that into
$1.50 for
a
breakfast.
more practical
should have been
understanding.
here.
The federal
That's what you're
lunch
saying.
program is saying that there's not enough difference between what we're charging for free and reduced and people that are able to pay full price, which then puts our federal program in danger if we do not raise the price to $3.
Sure. have
Or you
questions?
could supplant into the school food service program, meaning you'd have to contribute to Fund 13.
Correct.
Okay. Clerk Jackson, it looks like you have a question. Or does anybody else have as he's formulating? Trustee Alcala?
I guess I'm just wondering, I know we have to do this. I'm just wondering how many of our families are going to be affected by this.
Here's 2.
Me too, but that's okay.
Here's
Right.
3. It's,
These people over here.
It saves me time in making lunch. Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you so
well,
very much.
I put it in perspective. I have 2 kids that go to our district, and it's $15 a week
Right.
if each kid eats lunch every single day.
I got
So,
3 kids, man.
That's 3 Starbucks for me.
It's going to be expensive.
And for, yeah, it's $15. And as you know, last year we did the community eligibility project, so a lot of our schools who are in less resourced areas are actually not, basically everyone gets the lunch, so.
I
that's
got bologna
helpful.
sandwiches from 1st through 8th grade, so I mean, I'm just.
Ketchup and mayonnaise sandwiches.
We have about 68% of our kids are eligible for free and reduced price meals. So those students wouldn't be impacted based on this price increase. The paid students, who technically their households based on the median income range, would be the ones that would be affected.
Okay, thank you.
That would be me.
Right. Okay, and those parents who pay for these lunches because they don't want to, pay for Lunchables, I think that's a fair price.
Happily.
So, okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nobody's opposed? No abstentions?
Grumpily
Have
so.
to do it.
Okay.
They only buy it once a week, so I
Wait,
guess
so are
it's
you
okay. No, I'm fine. I
Okay.
voted aye.
Okay. P12.
Complaining.
So this,
Just complaining.
this next item, P12, is somewhat unusual, so I'll give a little bit of explanation of why this is coming to you this evening with the attachment on the board agenda. We're actually asking for the approval to sell 9 portables from 3 sites throughout the district. This was actually an unusual occurrence. When we have a portable, and we own all but 6 portables in the district that we have of the 150 some odd portables that we have. When you own a portable, essentially when it comes to the end of its useful life, you have to pay to remove it, and typically when they come to the end of their life, they're no longer solid enough to be moved, so you have to pay to demolish them, which is typically why we try to refurbish them maybe on site once. It was an interesting time because with the approval of the rebuilding of the Fallbrook campus, Westmore Oaks Homecoming Project, there were 5 old portables there, 2 of them with collapsed floors, so part of our pricing had to include the demolishing or the demolition of those 5 portables. So that was something that we had already planned for, and out of the blue, we got a very unusual request, which was, do you have any portables for sale? I somewhat sarcastically communicated through Angie and Terry, yes, we have 5, right? And the even more surprising response was, we want all 5. Yeah, that was my response too. My eyebrows sort of went, wow, that's really interesting. And then they said, and actually, we're looking for 9.
We got a couple more.
And so I said, I asked Angie and Terry to please do a couple of things, which are the attachments in your board agenda. I said, great, that means that instead of paying to demolish 5, somebody's going to give us a little bit of money, not a lot, to unhook them and take them away.
That's great.
Right? So that's a win. The other thing, though, is we have a bunch of aging portables, some of which we actually can't use anymore or don't use, or would have to repair to make them useful. Can we find 4 more because these folks need 9? And so they were able to locate 4 more, 3 at the YOLO site and 1 at the district office site. None of them used. All of them would actually have to be upgraded for ADA if we put them back into use. And so we actually, it's not a lot of money that we gain out of this or recover, but we gain not having to refurbish, repair, continue to pay electric, and update the portables as they age. So we are recommending, and the cost breakdown for doing those other things we've given you so that you can see the difference. So we are asking for your approval to sell those 9 portables, and this summer they will be disconnected and removed, and we will gain a little bit of money back to the tune of about.
Do they need any more?
Actually, I asked if they're interested in future years to please come back to us, because we do have more at sites that are not being used.
Right.
That certainly, instead of having to demolish them in the future, I would love to get them off of our utility bill and maintenance bill and get them out of
We
here.
do have a public comment from Ms. Pat Flint. Okay. So I have, what are they using them for?
They are actually going to try to reinforce them and refurbish them and sell them to a charter somewhere south of here.
That's what I was going to ask. I
Because
was
their
thinking,
building requirements are lower
Isn't that
than
correct?
public schools,
that's
right?
what I was thinking,
I think
actually,
that's-
but you confirmed my understanding.
I thought
Just
that's what we
wanted to-
learned, but Angie.
It's a charter school that's in Vacaville, and they are expanding every year. And so there is the chance that we could sell them more in the future, and we're trying to maintain good relationships, so that way they do come back next year.
Okay, well, that's not in our charter jurisdiction. Okay, do we
works.
have any other questions? I'm glad that we're not losing money and we're making some money.
A joyful motion to approve.
Have a second? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Carries. All right. P13, approval of the contracted services with VIA to partner and pilot their technology in Washington Unified School District buses.
So we have some folks here this evening, trustees, to talk to you about this proposal. This is a pilot proposal. VIA is a rideshare company that is in the city of West Sacramento that we've actually used because we needed them, or we needed their service to provide transportation to our middle college students because of their schedule with the community colleges this year. It turns out that the largest portion of their business in West Sacramento has actually become families that have students, to transport students to various events. And they approached Nate, who's here tonight, about partnering to do some more work with the district. And that's what tonight's pilot proposal is about. It's something that Nate is very interested in, and he'll talk to you about the benefits that he thinks that we could yield from a pilot partnership. With him this evening to answer any of your technical questions, that's why Marco has stayed, and we have a representative here from VIA to answer any of your questions as well.
Okay. Is there any more presentation? We do have a public comment. Were you going to present, Nate?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Almost good morning.
Thank you so much.
No.
Really want this partnership?
So for transportation, of course, my number one thing is student safety and the comfortability for parents. So for student safety, we look at we have a lot of students in our district that would benefit from knowing where a bus is, for example, GPS. Most of them have phones. We could think about parents as well and how they would feel comforted knowing through the use of a phone that their student has gotten on a bus and has gotten to school safely. And so there's a lot of different areas that we plan on working with VIA with that we would hope to be approved for, and that they will improve the technology for us, even in the aspect of parents being able to be communicated with through the transportation office. Whereas right now we have to call all 300 parents via phone. So there's a lot of different aspects of what.
No pun intended.
Yes, no pun intended. That we could partner with. So maybe if you want to explain some more.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for the time and nice meeting you, everyone. My name is Yoav and I'm VP of Business at VIA. It's also a weird name, Yoav, so feel free to mispronounce it. Would it be helpful if I'll give you maybe 30 seconds about VIA and what we do? So VIA was established 6 years ago with the belief that shared rides is the future. You can have on-demand, dynamic, even electric and autonomous, but if you really want to have the full potential, shared is the way to do it. Really increase the number of people in a vehicle, really increase utilization, take vehicles off the road. And I think a beautiful example of what we did is the collaboration with the city of West Sacramento, where we basically have a fleet of on-demand dynamic shuttles, those black Mercedes vans that you see around the city, and really we actually feel that it's improving people's lives. We just received a survey, I think a few months ago, where people's satisfaction is really high. We actually saw that we're taking single occupancy vehicles off the road. People said that they're using VIA more as a substitute to, let's say, private Uber or private Lyfts, and again, more people in a vehicle. We actually just extended the service, so we're going to add more vehicles. So it's really a great example. And the beautiful thing is the way that VIA applies technology, not only to, let's say, partnership with cities such as West Sacramento, but we do it all over the world. We actually operate our service in cities like Chicago and New York and London and Amsterdam. So we do have a lot of experience. If specifically I'm touching what Nate just touched, we have the ability to really adapt our technology to really support school buses. And everything that Nate said, but if I'm kind of distilling it to what would be the benefits, number one benefit is transparency, mainly transparency to parents or caretakers or guardians, transparency also to Nate and his operating team to really see where the bus is, which kids got on the bus, which kids got dropped off, what time, when should they do it. So really this transparency. The second thing is the experience for the students. Students don't necessarily need to wonder, hey, is the school bus coming? Maybe it already passed. They can see on their app, in their smartphone, where the bus is, when they're supposed to be picked up, where they're supposed to be picked up if there are any delays. And I think the third thing, which is also extremely important, is obviously improving the efficiency. We have ways to really make the routes more dynamic. We have ways of, let's say, a kid is sick. If the parents want, with a click of a button, they can say, hey, my kid is sick, he's not coming to school today. The bus driver doesn't necessarily need to go there. She or he can just skip that stop. Or if, for example, a kid is late, then if the bus is already there, automatically the kid can get basically a text message and she or he knows, hey, I really need to run to the bus. So it really can improve the efficiency, improve utilizations of vehicles, and just in general, it can be a great experience. I think an element that is important and probably a concern for everyone is data security. Important to say, VIA works, unlike, let's say, different platforms, we really partner with a lot of cities, public transit agencies, companies, and we adhere to the most strict rules in regards to data safety and security. All of our databases are hosted on Amazon Web Services. We really take the highest procedures. Even when we talked earlier today and also yesterday, there are a lot of examples how we can actually increase the level of confidentiality for students. If, for example, right now a driver has the student's last name, first name, address, phone number, these things obviously the driver needs today to really do the pickups. In our system, the driver doesn't need to have access to it. They can have a first name on their screen. They don't need to know the address. They don't need to know the phone number. The system will tell them where to go. If they need to call the students, although, as I said before, they're going to have automatic text messages, with a click of a button, the system will call the student, and the number is never revealed. basically in the same way you do it with Uber and Lyft. If someone is calling you, it's never the driver's number, and the driver never sees yours. So I know I've been kind of providing a lot of details, but happy to answer any questions you have.
We do have a public comment, and I think the board has a lot of questions. So Ms. Danny Langford, so if you wouldn't mind taking a seat while we
course.
get to receive a public comment.
I'm a little curious as to why this didn't come to you guys as information before it's action that they want you to act on, especially at 11:20 at night. And I must say, I completely agree with what Laura Jamison said at the beginning of the meeting during public comments. When we're cutting positions and we're saying we can't afford this or that, spending even $25,000 from our general fund, that's a big expense. This is a pilot program for 2 months, it says. What'll happen, how much will it go up? Because the pilot program's always got a discount. What are the ages that are going to be allowed to be on this? This says it's for summer school, which from June to August, 2 months. Is the union okay with this? How many buses are going to be used during summer school, and how many students are going to actually use this? And how many students actually use the buses during summer school? And if it's only for summer school, why are we setting up all 12 buses as stated on page 11? And again, it's a pilot program. I'm concerned about what's the cost going to be later down the road. Thanks.
Nate and Yolof, Vice President Pizzotti has a question, and I know several others. on the
Actually,
board have.
not a question, it's more of a comment. Currently, every morning when I drop my daughter off to school, I see at least 3, maybe 4 VIA buses dropping kids off to school already. So, and that's just at one location. I mean, I see it at the high school all the time when I'm driving to work. I see all the VIA buses pulling and, dropping off kids at the high school. So you're already doing this service. It's just now you're going to have a little more steady routes in terms of picking people up, as I understand it, if that's correct. Is that accurate? Okay.
Yes.
So I just want to say I'm totally in support of this because it's already happening. So, thank you.
Trustee Alcala?
For 2 months, it's going to be, what was that again? 25,000? So is that 12,000 a month that this program would cost the district?
No, so I think that was a little bit misleading in the dates. So basically what we're doing is we want to do a rollout phase for the summer. And then what would happen is because we wouldn't be able to adapt everything because summer is so short. And so starting in the school year, what we worked on in the summer would then roll into the normal school year, applying it forward. And then we'd slowly start adding other elements of the program. So it would go the entire school year as well.
So how much would that cost? You're saying the whole school year would be 25,000?
Right.
It's a bit different. What we'll need to do, so maybe I'll touch the pricing a bit. And again, it's not that I'm coming with exact numbers right now, but what we're doing right now, the 25,000 is basically a setup cost.
Can you speak in the mic?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 25,000 right now is for the pilot itself and what we call a setup cost. What we're doing right now is exactly as Nate said. It's a step-by-step program, and we're going to deliver different features during the summer. Around July 1st is when we want to have a relatively, I would say, not a final model, but what we agreed with Nate and the team upon. Rolling it out to the remainder of the year is a bit of a different pricing. And again, I can touch it, and probably we're going to discuss it with Nate, but it's definitely something that we're talking about, something that we're going to discount. But the purpose of the pilot right now is to really see how successful it is. We don't want to come and all of a sudden discuss a massive program before we actually saw what it does for summer school with relatively low number of buses, 12 versus I think 33 buses, and also for 5 weeks. So it's something that we'll need to discuss, and of course, we're happy to.
So, okay, it's going to be 25,000, you said, for the whole year. Thereafter?
Sorry?
Thereafter? What would the following year be? I just want to get an idea.
Thereafter, it's per bus, per year. It depends, but we're talking about around 1,400 per bus per year.
So that's...
1,400 per bus per year, okay.
How many buses again? 1,400 you said per year?
I think we talked
bus.
about...
You can call that 50.
Yeah.
Grant, not buses.
Yeah. But I think we're going
Not
down
buses.
to 20 or 22 buses. So important also to say, the whole idea of the program is also to improve the efficiency and utilization of the buses, which means that potentially, I know there are already plans to really minimize the number of buses already as is, but with increased utilization, we can even do it more. So, something to take into consideration.
So Jackson has, you know, you're done, you're just calculating.
I wanted you to clarify that. The number of school buses?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
He
you
doesn't
wanna,
know- he doesn't know our fleet.
we're gonna
He
take
doesn't know our
down our school buses? Is that what you're saying?
No, so as the board approved 1 or 2 meetings ago, we started accessing old school buses. We have an exceedingly large portion of our fleet that's only eligible for a certain number of miles every year because of its age and its pollution factor. We have not done a good job in the district of maintaining and updating the fleet. And so we're having a couple of different factors all coming together at once. Okay, we have an aging fleet that we desperately need to improve on because we transport a large number of students, far more than we're the minimum legal requirement, and then we want to be able to keep doing that. At the same time, finding full-time bus drivers.
Far more than the legal minimum requirement.
I'm sorry?
You said we're transporting far more than the legal minimum requirement.
Yeah, the legal minimum requirement is only for students below 3rd grade that live further than 1.5 miles from their school, and for special education students that have it designated in their IEP. We actually provide transportation corridors for every student in the district. And our students use them. I mean, we have 70% of our students in groups that have barriers to success in education, and the amount that they access our transportation for not just school, but for our extracurricular activities is pretty phenomenal. So we want to really maintain that infrastructure as an equity and access ability for our community, but we have an aging fleet. We have fewer and fewer people that want to be full-time professional drivers, and we're realizing that the traditional school bus that might hold 70, 72 students is not always providing the flexibility that we need. And so what this pilot does is it basically is coming at a time that we're trying to address all those things, us being Terry, Nate, and I, trying to address those things for the district and not having the ability to get sort of a high-level picture of the data of what could it look like. So this is an attempt to do that. We don't know whether we'll continue past the pilot either. This is not something that's just VIA's interest. If it doesn't yield what we're looking for, it will have been a nice pilot, but that's all it will remain. At the same time, we need to look at a flexible fleet, which means not just traditional buses, and we need to look at the future of our fleet, which in California, I know a couple of you pay attention to politics, that means an electric fleet. And we're nowhere near prepared to take that on, and we're being given timelines on it already. So there's a lot of demands to continue that infrastructure, which I'm very interested in because of the access, and it's a pretty monumental task that we're taking on. This is a pilot just to address the logistic part of that because we need help with the logistics of it before we start branching off into those other areas.
So I'm trying to get the operational side, I'm trying to really understand this, that we have huge buses, right? And so trying to kind of, what does that look like in terms of this app that tracks where your bus drivers are, and then we'd have to have the cell phone numbers of every single student to text them, right? Like, so I'm really trying to get my head wrapped around, we're not talking about the little VIA minivans, we're talking about our big buses, right? The technology on the huge buses. So I think we all understand the Uber Lyft concept of a smaller vehicle that is on demand sharing. I guess I'm trying to get my head wrapped around on these big buses, like.
So our routes.
It's not, those can't be on demand.
Yes.
So what are we really trying to do here? Help me understand.
But what happens is, in the end, what we're hoping for is that through the VIA product, they will look at our routes, look at all of our students, and match what is the easiest and best route for us to pick up our students, because we do a large number of door-to-door students in our district.
We do.
Yes.
In the big buses, not the.
Both. So currently, we're like 300 students, and so you could imagine 10 to 12 buses doing that door-to-door, and you have to do that by between 6:30 and 8 o'clock. So, you know, we do that right currently in our heads. And so right now,
You,
that's-
really?
Yes.
There isn't a, you guys, there isn't a, you don't use software?
No.
Ah.
We use names.
Okay,
Yeah.
then they're in,
I
what
pass
happens if we
by
don't
a
have
house,
a
I'm
name?
like, oh, I remember. Yeah.
They basically pool their experience and their data of how many students they're picking up on different routes, where the demand is coming from. And what we're trying to do is establish baseline data and see whether we're really being efficient and how we could reroute and design those
So we're
routes.
using an artificial intelligence to replace Nate?
Well,
to
I wouldn't go
replace
that
Nate.
far.
Yeah.
But
No,
You can't
I'm just
replace
joking.
this.
I know.
That's really good, but-
Exactly.
This is gold. This
no,
gold,
I mean,
right,
because I was trying to get my head wrapped around these, again, we're not doing ride sharing per se in the same way with massive buses, but we do, I understand, with special education, maybe we do home to school because we have to. So there's a
Correct.
smaller fleet
Correct.
but I was trying to get my head wrapped around our massive buses.
Correct.
Our big buses.
And then
Right.
because of the student piece, being able to maybe have a barcode scanner or something like that, when the student enters the bus, then it'll notify parents, for example. It'll also, through the app in the bus, it will notify the driver. The parent said this child is not going, so then there's no need for them to go there. So currently, we go to a home and we have to wait 2 minutes, or we have to
Right.
call and we're trying to find out,
I
are they
see.
going or not?
Oh,
So-
I see. 'Cause
So
you're
we're trying
waiting.
to,
Gotcha.
yeah, get the technology
Gotcha.
to,
Because it isn't live, that you don't have, I gotcha, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it also is very reliant on somebody disclosing their cell phones to do that.
Correct.
And then also allowing you to track their student.
correct.
With a barcode or some other device.
Correct.
So there's a lot of other security kind of council, I mean, I know this is just the initial approval for the initial investment, but I'm assuming, Superintendent, that our council will need to look at all those privacy issues and data sharing issues
Correct.
with VIA.
Yes, and that's why we had Marcos and Yoav. They've been asking questions and answering questions, and so he came today if you had any particular questions in regards to the data sharing and things like that.
Well, I mean, it's all it'll be all in the MOU, and hopefully, again, parent approved to disclose this information.
Sure.
Of self. It's voluntary. Okay, so that's another key kind of component of this, right? To make sure it's voluntary. I have a lot of questions, but any other questions, Sarah? Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Thank you. I know it's very late. Thank you for staying this late through all of this. Appreciate it. So a few things. Are you doing this in any other school district? I know you said you're all over. Is there a school district where something like this is happening?
So we're discussing with a few schools, but for the moment, we're not doing it with any other school. We have different deployment that looks like it, but not with a school.
Okay, thank you. And then, so you said, because it relies on a few things, I'm thinking about parents, if your child has a smartphone, then they can track the bus, but also if your child has that, there's a lot of technology right now where you can already track your child through apps and other things on their phone. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around how this fits into that. And the need. You said that it can tell you when a student gets on and off the bus. So can you explain that?
So what they'll
It's
do.
telling.
Yeah, so what they'll do is with the barcode scanner, they'll put it on the tablet, and it'll be able to alert the system that they're on the bus. When they leave the bus, they'll do the same thing to exit. And that'll do two things. One, it could alert the parents if they want. We can set up the app however we want. So it could alert the parents. It will also if it did alert the parents, it actually helps with our student enrollment, because you could imagine being a young person now knowing that your parent knows that you're either on the bus or not. It also helps with us in transportation knowing where the students live. So what happens is, for example, at River City, we have a mass exodus from the high school. Well, the Broderick area isn't very big, so we have students sometimes getting on, let's just say, bus 1, and they're supposed to be on bus 2. Parents will call and say, well, where's my student? I don't know. They weren't on bus 2. So it will help us keep track of the students, which buses they got on. Also, what starts to happen, or what has happened at River City a lot, is our buses are overflowed on a certain bus because they don't want to wait for the second bus that was running a little bit behind. So they'll just all jump on the first bus. So it's very difficult for us to know how many buses we need for a certain area and things like that. So that will help us to keep track of where the students are, and what buses they're supposed to be on.
Okay. I have seen that when I was, for classified week, I was assigned to that bus stop. And so I got to watch how the kids got on. And it was, and they talked about really long wait times and everything else. So, so what if,
One comment that I'll say in regards to wait times, so first of all, we can also tell them obviously, hey, it's a bit longer, and we saw that when we do it right now across all of our markets, it's actually really helpful to provide people with real-time updates. Just small clarification, at the beginning, the way we'll do it is the driver will verify, okay, I have Bill, I have Sam, I have Sarah, and they're going to come up. Later, we're going to have the barcodes as well. It's just a bit of a different system. Just wanted to make sure that I'm transparent about that.
So later there would be like a machine installed in our buses, but for right now, it would be on our staff to check students off?
Yeah, again, I don't know exactly when at this point we'll implement it, but different ways that we have to do it. And for example, that's how we do it right now in the city. That's how we do it across markets.
Okay.
The driver has the name of a person. If at some point we also want to have, and again, it's sensitive information, but a photo, which I believe we probably don't want to have, but at least the driver can be, okay, what is your name? Or maybe the last 3 digits of the student ID, and they can verify it, and it's a good enough verification for a driver to mark this person is on.
Are you housing that information, or are we housing the information and just using your technology?
So we will have the information, but the information will be secure. The only people that will have access to it are administrators on your end that will be defined by the operating team, administrators on our end, but the bus driver will not have visibility to that. Even the operator.
I don't mind a bus driver knowing who their students are on a bus.
Yeah. It's a question for, there are bus drivers, right?
Yeah, there
are. They're not via dress, they're actually, there are. I just want to be clear, because like, there was a question about, like, well, they actually should know.
Are we
Which brings up a whole
Yeah.
another piece, and that is that we have, our employees are obviously unionized, and so I wonder about our unions and our CSCA and their conversations regarding this and what this looks like.
Yeah, that was my question, is are we going to be, from what it sounds like, we're not going to be outsourcing jobs if fully implemented?
No. This is using rideshare technology for our bus fleet.
Yeah.
Right? So it's taking.
Okay.
It's taking.
I just want to make sure that we're very clear on that.
Yeah, it's applying technology from a sector over to another sector that we think can benefit from the data. Now, we already use VIA and CSCA. I do your labor relations with CSCA. I'm the head of all the classified staff. They're very aware of that and how hard it is for us to get bus drivers. In fact, they don't even think that we can maintain the size of the fleet that we have because of not being able to get bus drivers in the future. They're very aware we're using VIA for middle college as well as some other small transportation, and they support it because they know that they don't have people interested in that work.
Coach Jackson has a question.
Christine's there. Go ahead. This is for you, Chris. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, one comment that I wanted to say about that. So definitely the drivers, exactly as Chris said. I think one thing is it actually improves their life and day-to-day because they have a tablet that tells them exactly what's going on. If they need to communicate with the kid, they don't need to start using a dispatcher. So it actually improves their life. But an example of a similar deployment that we have right now is, for example, in Tel Aviv, Israel, where we basically collaborate with the biggest bus operator and with the Ministry of Transportation. Their drivers, their everything, it's just powered by us. So something that is very different between VIA and the other platforms, we have a whole side of the business that we see it as a platform, as just powering services. So it's definitely, it's very clear to us that it's your drivers.
Okay. Question? Yeah.
So-
But it's, I don't,
I'm sorry.
are you done?
Yeah, no. So, Chris, earlier you mentioned something about, as we're during the discussion, kind of as the program kind of rolls out or whatever, you said And if it turns out to be what we're looking for, what is it that we're looking for, hoping to find out or gain by going through this pilot?
So one of the things in my short time with you so far has been developing systems, replicable systems, making our whether it's food service, whether it's business function, better, because we create replicable systems that we can then improve over time. In transportation, in a traditional bus transportation system, that's very difficult to do, because so much of it is reliant on the drivers that you have, the training program that you have, the labor force you have, and then what kind of system you're going to run. And so currently, the system that we have is a dispatcher and a director who also trains all of our bus drivers, by the way, basically running a shop out of their head and a high degree of labor. We don't have data. We don't have systems. We don't have anything other than
Nate's brain.
the brain, you know, some routing programs, but it's fairly labor intensive, and it's becoming harder and harder to put together. So we are trying to see, this actually wasn't an idea, it sort of came to us because of our partnership with VIA in some of the other areas, and we said, we could get some useful data for us and at the same time provide a level of knowledge to our consumers, both of our students as well as our parents, that they might want if they want to sign up and access it, and then give our drivers the ability to be far more efficient. So that's what I'm looking for, something to start building on. Now, it might not work. That's what a pilot is, right? If the pilot doesn't work, then we have to do something else. Yeah. But it's an effort to get a baseline of data to improve our transportation infrastructure and service.
So, I mean, I've been concerned about getting bus drivers. That's been ever since I've been on the board, and parents, even when I was running, was concerned about the bus and kind of the efficiency of it. So, Nate, I mean, we're not bus drivers here. This is your life. Yes. I to some degree, I do trust what your perspective is on this. And what is the potential from your decades of experience being in this field in transportation? Like, what are your thoughts? I love the presentation of the business side. Don't get me wrong, but I want to know the practical side of someone who's been a bus driver, who's going to be trained, who's training bus drivers to use this, and that on-demand type of culture, if you will.
Yeah, I think the practical side for it as a driver, having the ability to not have to worry about where a student lives. Coming in, I come in the mornings at 5:45, 6 o'clock, and we have to, by 6:30, whether a driver is in or out, if I have to make up, if I have 14 drivers and 14 routes, but then one calls in sick, now I have to figure out, we're a whole busload of students, how we're going to pick them up and spread them out through 13 other buses. So having the ability to just, do that very quickly through technology, having the ability to contact parents and let them know, okay, now I've spread this one bus through 13 buses, but obviously the pickup times are going to be different. So what starts to happen is we're later and later getting to certain students, or we need to pick up a student earlier, and not having the ability to contact a parent and let them know that. And then we've talked about how we can put maybe geofencing or something around a home that, it's just a virtual fence, around a home. So it basically gives a home, a parent or a guardian, the opportunity to see that the bus will be to you in 2 minutes.
Oh, kind of like when I come home from the nest turns on.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And so the closer we get, the more, the app will let them know, hey, they're on their way. And so that gives us the technology is there, and we're hoping that we can utilize what they have.
And so what is your hope from a practical, again, I know your hope. But
Actually, I want to clarify something.
Yeah.
So what you're doing now, so our internal processes are pretty rigorous. Actually, Nate brought this to me, and we.
Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nate brought this to me, and.
Nate brought this to you. Okay.
Yeah, and I then did what you're doing now, which is I shot a million holes through it. And then when they kept bringing it back to me to say, Chris, I could really use this for all these reasons, then I said, great, you've made it by my questions. Now it's Marco's turn to see how many data holes he can punch in this, and the request has still survived. So I don't bring things to the board that don't meet a fairly critical level of challenge, and Nate and Via still really feel that there is something to be gained. The example he just gave is super critical. The number of days that we have not just one, but maybe 3 drivers that aren't available for their routes, and we are trying to patch together transportation for that day, is, I would say, 3/5 of our days. So having something that can assist us in doing that in real time is really, for me, the point that I heard that I was like, okay, now I get it. Because it is an everyday, how do we get the system to work?
I'm going to go, I trust, so even more so, I trust a lot of your experience as a bus driver and being shot down by 2 people whose job is to make sure that we don't do the wrong thing. So.
We literally, just as a real quick example for you, we literally have had for a whole month 4 people out due to family things or their own personal illnesses. So, so now imagine trying to manage where those 4 buses are going to, how are we going to fill those 4 buses throughout other buses, or and then still have a person call in sick in the morning. So we've had to be really creative this year, and it's worked. We've gotten it done, but having technology just will improve that tremendously.
Okay. Well, I trust you. So Trustee Alcala and Clerk Jackson.
Thank you.
And then, okay.
Thank you. Just a real quick question. This is for Marco Baeza. We now have the IT department. Is there any point in the future that you can see us adapting this and not having to go through the VIA people?
I don't know. Our student information system is kind of, it's 1990s, and it's taking a sheet of paper and just digitize it. So
that'd be a maybe, likely, unlikely.
Yeah, I don't see it, but working in the Silicon Valley, there are solutions like what we're bringing into here that can just append to it. And we can share data securely, and only what we need to create an account through our student information system. It would benefit us, because Nate told me this morning, or this earlier today, you're talking about emails, we don't get phone numbers updated at the school sites, but he gets them because parents want.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So if we can benefit from that.
Is it also in here?
He gets them first before we even get them. We might not even get them for the whole year.
Right.
Same thing with address updates. He gets them because there's a need.
Yeah, you kind of need that.
Yeah.
So I see it as a win-win because we can intake. But for a system like ours, like Aries, that's not made for that.
Yeah.
We can partner with
So,
other
but
stuff.
we can receive it. So this could be integrated where when we get the live update, you can actually, like Genius, take in the information.
We can, just like the Genius Village, we can intake the immunization records.
Interesting. Clerk Jackson, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I should, and then Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Well, I think the thing that kind of, maybe it's more of a statement than anything else, or maybe you can answer the question as well, as a question too, is that I think the thing that kind of has me really concerned is the initial cost. I mean, to pilot this program for 25 grand, I mean, which to me, and from the answers that you've given, it seems like even that's kind of a little bit of a cloudy number in and of itself. For us to give it a test drive, I mean, to me, I think it would be if there's a way where there's a possibility to be able to have a win-win type of a situation where, I don't know, maybe we pay for part of it and you guys can donate part of it for us or whatever to kind of help alleviate some of the expense, especially considering, a lot of the budget things that we're still in the process of dealing with. Because for me right now, I think there's just a lot of unanswered questions about, what the ultimate cost is going to be, not only for the initial startup, but also what's going to be, for the rollout say, into the rest of the school year?
So very fair point, and I'll say that the 25 grand is already extremely discounted. Just to include a couple of stuff that it includes in it, it's our developers, obviously time and effort, our staff here that will be working closely with Nate to really train a trainer on our system, hardware, because we will have 12 buses for the summer, plus I believe between 3 to 4 additional tablets, and we're using the best tablets possible. So we did discount it, I would say, quite massively, and we see it as a partnership. Like, we're very excited, like we were transparent from the beginning. We're very excited to working with you guys. We're very excited to work with Nate. I think we've been working together for 2 weeks now. We only met today, but no doubt this gentleman has more experience than most people in the country. Yeah, probably.
He's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and
So we definitely took that into consideration as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but also from our standpoint too, is also kind of a huge benefit for you guys that if this does get approved and you guys are able to move on, I mean, just we've just opened up another massive revenue stream potentially for you guys by them being able to branch out to other cities and other districts and say, hey, look, we have this the program that's working in Washington Unified, and and you guys are able to build your business off of what you've
Remember your
established here.
founders.
Of course. No, and you guys are 100% right.
Yeah,
You are 100% right.
We get nothing for helping generate and for establishing that other arm of business.
So you're 100% right, and the way we see it is a partnership, and also the way we want to price the program going forward. I'm not using the word pilot, but program going forward, it is going to be discounted. Like, there's no doubt about that. I won't stand here and say, hey, we're not learning from it, and we do you guys a favor. I'll just be not being honest. But you're completely right, and that's why the way we price the pilot and the way we want to price the program, crossing our fingers, and we'll put a lot of effort into it to be successful, it will be discounted because it is, I would say, a collaboration. We learn from you guys, you learn from us, and utilize our tools, and that's exactly how we see it. That's why for us it's also very important for this pilot to be successful. We'll be working here together, getting really the experience on the ground from the expert while utilizing our tools and making sure that it will be successful but also discounted.
Trustee Curry Gonzalez, I know you've been holding on to.
Well, it's just really late, and I think this would have been easier if it came to us for discussion first, and then we could have hashed this out, and then it would have been real easy to then do the next step. But because I had that same piece to end with, I think you're the expert, of course, with our buses, and I do understand the communication and all of those pros that you're talking about. So it sounds like there's some excitement. Since there's no model to look at, in terms of another school district, and the money is confusing in terms of what this looks like for a commitment down the road. And so those are the two pieces where all of this part sounds exciting. I imagine it's on here for action because that's the only way to get it for summer school is if we did it now.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So I that just gives me some hesitation because I'm still not really understanding this $25,000 we set up our buses and then down the road that helps us because it's less. It's a little cloudy.
I mean, I would ask then Chris to come back and do a cost-benefit analysis for us. We invest in certificated staff all the time with more than $25,000 on PD and efficiency and curriculum, millions of dollars. When a classified staff comes and says, hey, can I have $25,000 to figure out how I can do my job better and more efficiently, I'm going to listen because classified does not often come to us to ask for these types of projects. And I just want to honor that because I have seen the other things that we've passed for certificated staff.
Right.
And $25,000 to make your job easier or to learn, to figure out if you can make it. I am all about that. I trust you, Nate, you're great. But I know we've had a challenging time finding bus drivers and this is gonna make you run more efficiently. That's why I asked you, what is this, what are you hoping out of this? And so to know that we had 4 bus drivers out and to help you with your job and professional development and learning in this field, I think it's worth it. I think $25,000 is worth it because we spend a lot more elsewhere.
Thank you.
Agree.
So I'm ready to take action on this.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
I would just, as long as we can get more information back, because this didn't help clarify long-term. So I would vote to approve it for pilot, but we just need more information, understanding the structure moving forward, which is not at all your fault. So that's the part that makes me uncomfortable and I need more information on. So I will say yes, as long as I have a commitment that we'll get that information.
So we have 3 ayes. Do we have any opposition?
I do, simply because I want some solid numbers.
Yeah, likewise. I would like to be a little bit more firm on what the ongoing cost is going to look like before I would be able to make a firm commitment. But for me, it's not a no. It's just like I still need more information, so I will abstain.
So we will bring it back in the fall with the process and the implementation and the data, and we will not continue beyond the initial pilot contract until the board has the opportunity to review that.
So we have 3 ayes, a no, and an abstention.
Yeah.
Great, congratulations. Looking forward to hearing about this, Nate, and seeing how we can map your brain.
Thank you. Yeah, board governance.
We have P14, approval. Chris, where are you going?
Chris, we got one more.
You have deferred maintenance.
This is the resolution.
We do have deferred maintenance.
Yes. Approval of the deferred maintenance site improvements at Southport and Westfield.
Yeah, we have 2 items for deferred maintenance that we're looking for approval to move forward on. One would begin this summer, and the other one would begin either in the fall or the winter, depending upon the weather. One is at the south on Southport Elementary, and that is the roof of the main building, including over the office, the library, and the computer lab, is failing. It's the original shingle roof, and it has reached its end of life. We've been monitoring it carefully to make sure that we don't spring a leak, and we will be replacing it with a metal roof rated at 50 years of life, so we'll get more use out of it. In the north, Westfield, a lot of deferred maintenance there, and particularly in their exterior site, specifically areas for the kids to be in when they're not in the classroom. And so we actually asked the principals there to partner with us and identify what would be their priorities. There's a lot of them there, but especially since they're growing, to have adequate space for the students that are outside. So they've asked that their field be leveled and their asphalt repaired, which is the exterior maintenance that we're hoping to actually get done in a summer wonder program, as I call them, hurry up and get it done. And so we're looking to level the field and put in a small dual-use playing field for Jaime to use with the kids with soccer, and then re-asphalt some of their play area and repaint it so that they have adequate play space for their students.
Great. Any discussion?
No.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah.
Vice President Pizzotti moves.
Second.
Trustee Alcala seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? I think everyone said aye.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving on to board governance at midnight. Q1 is resolution number 1819-34 in support of California School and Local Communities Funding Act of 2018, even though we're in 2019.
I make a motion to approve without reading.
All right.
Without reading.
Without reading?
I second that.
Has everyone read the resolution?
Can all read it?
Yes.
We'll wait.
Well, we've read it. I just mean
I've read it.
reading it aloud to the group.
Trustee Clerk
I
Jackson should
make-
come back so we can vote on it. Yes. All right, so it's a roll call vote because it's a resolution, so I will wait. Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
I too vote aye.
Trustee Jackson will say yeah, but
Do we have to, are you
we
going to
have
make
to
us keep it going tonight?
We will take the vote
we
later.
make
We'll
a-
put it on call,
Put it
right?
on
We'll
call.
put it on
There you
call,
go.
even though that's not a procedural thing.
It is a
Assuming that-
procedural thing. It is
Let me be the
absolutely a
first to
procedural
say good morning.
Yeah,
Good
can
morning.
we, do we need to do, is this pressing?
This is not pressing,
Yeah.
Can we
I
move
make
this
a motion
to?
to move it.
but I will say it'll take 30 seconds.
Okay.
Wait, this
All
is
right.
the
But
one
this is the
for
first read of the
the-
ACES.
the
This is,
ACES, right?
this is the first read of the ACES, though. It'll take more than 30 seconds.
There's one change.
No, it's one line.
It's one line.
Oh, is it? Oh, wait, let's stay on Q1. Resolution, it's a roll call vote. Clerk Jackson? On the resolution for essentially full and fair funding.
Okay.
That's the right answer.
Aye.
Enthusiastic.
Aye?
Sure.
Okay,
There you go. Good call.
good call. All right, now moving on to Q2.
Again, good morning. Based on CDE requirements for ACES, we are requesting approval of the first read of Board Policy Administrative Regulation 5148.2. The board policy remains unchanged, and the administrative regulation, number 6, we are recommending adding B, one sentence that says, "No student is allowed to be automatically re-enrolled in the program each year."
Great first read.
Awesome.
All right. Board and superintendent comments, I'm going to forego
Defer.
mine. Trustee Alcala? I'm deferring mine, I'm not.
I am too.
Yeah.
Thank you to all of our classified staff. We
Yes.
appreciate you as a mom, as a trustee, as a teacher. Thank you.
Vice President Pizzotti?
I defer. I'm too tired.
Clerk Jackson?
I'll defer mine also.
Okay, Superintendent Luna?
I have 10 PowerPoint slides. No, I'm
We did, however, want to acknowledge the crest wind at Bridgeway,
Oh, yes.
which I believe was in her superintendent.
Yes.
That'll be in your evaluation, ma'am.
Oh, my God.
Also,
It was, well, yeah, Elkhorn was there. But Bridgeway cleaned up.
Okay, so it's deferred. Do I have
Bridgeway cleaned
future
up.
board agenda items? S1, LCAP, public hearing approval, June 13th and 27th. S2, multi-year projected budget public hearing and approved, June 13th and 27th. S3, board governance, finally scheduled, June 20th, 2019, right before we pass the budget. And S4, safety plans overview, June 27th. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Anybody?
So moved.
I have a future
No.
board.
What?
Future board item.
Oh, okay, wait, we're not adjourning yet. Clerk Jackson has a
I have
request.
one request for a future board item, is if we could, at the next board meeting, recognize the crest winners from last week's crest competition.
Okay. Any other future board agenda items before we close out? Somebody's got to make a I move.
Motion.
I
Okay,
second.
second.
All in
I made the
favor?
first one.
Aye.